Yeah.
To me.
Oh,
It was very good, candid conversation.
oh my gosh.
I'm not going to get this again.
Where'd the photos go?
Right here.
I didn't do. Hello. Yeah, I guess, but I just didn't look like her. She didn't look like tall. She's a big girl. No, I mean she looks like normal size here, but here she looks taller than anybody.
Well, she's stepping on us. There's a big old concrete step right there.
I'm talking about a picture. Calvin Ebert. Who is it?
Not me.
And once
It's not?
yeah, it is.
I don't know who that is.
A little bit longer. Once it's crispy on top, I just throw
Oh,
on.
and there's our bakery sign. I want these pictures, and I know Ellen will want them.
On the table. I like this one. It's with Bootsy and Dusty. The girls.
Oh, you're cute.
Here we are. Our great paper dresses. Our brother and his dog. Mom and I. See, that was a barber shop. That's as big as our bakery was this way. Mom and Dick in the backyard. This was Mom back in Nebraska, so she could have been, I don't know how old. Well, how old was Mom? Well, I don't know. This was during the war. We still had the bakery, and before she went to North American Aviation. So when she was a young, beautiful girl before our dad took her.
Oh, let me see it. Because look how funny people look back then. Honest to God. Did you see? Oh, yeah, you have to see her.
She's seen it at hers.
Yeah.
This, I don't know where this was taken, but she was probably back in Nebraska visiting.
Well, it's probably because it's been wiggling it loose for
Well, I think that was before we came out here, don't you?
No. This is Mom as a young woman.
God, she must be 18 or so there.
Yeah. I didn't think she ever wore a hat, but
Yeah, I didn't either. That's a good picture.
Who do you think took that photo? Where is she?
probably Bill.
Yeah, and she's probably at the horse races, Santa Anita or Hollywood Park.
Yeah, one of the two.
Yeah. I like that little sly grin.
So, how old was she when Grandpa died?
She was 30.
Wow.
Yeah. And then she married Bill. Well, maybe it
5 or
was.
6 years later.
Yeah, about that. Because I was 15 or 16, I think. Yeah.
So she's at least 35 there.
Yeah, she's about 35. What's that? You? Aren't you cute?
That's cute. I remember that dress. Isn't that funny?
Yeah. That was in front of our bakery that we had. It actually was a little grocery store. And
It actually was a bakery. Your next picture, you'll see that it's a grocery store.
well, except we had milk and candy and baked goods.
Yeah.
And I worked in there from the time I was 10.
Would you run the cash register, or what'd you do when you worked?
Yeah, I ran.
There was no cash register. It was a drawer. It was a drawer with muffin tins, and a muffin tin, and it had quarters, pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, 50-cent pieces back then.
And then when I had my cataract operation, or before, I couldn't really see. And so if they gave me any big bills, they would tell me what the change I needed. I mean, I knew how to make change, but I didn't know whether they gave me a 5 or a 1.
But she made change by the feel of the cups.
Yeah.
Wow.
If anybody put the thing in backwards, Mom lost money.
And you trusted them to be honest.
Oh, yeah. They were nice neighbors. They were all our neighbors who shopped there. And this is when she enlarged after.
Yeah, it was half. That's about where it was shot.
Yeah. And then we had fruit and vegetables and meat and.
Yeah.
Oh, that's our brother.
And Dusty.
Yeah.
Your brother who?
Dick.
Brother Dick.
And this is behind the store. This is a yard behind the store where we lived.
Yeah.
And our store was a one-room, not even a bathroom. It was a toilet, but enclosed. But when we were little, we had to take baths in that's probably our bathtub.
In that same tub. Or we had a sink
Yeah.
that we sometimes did.
Oh, they wouldn't know. companies used to give things to, like Coca-Cola for an ad or any of those things, but they had a thing where they set change in, so it was up so people could pick it up. And this thing was like an octagonal rubber with little tits sticking up. And people would, you drop their change in there and it would stand up so it was easy to pick up. Well, we used it as a sink stopper. So we'd get out with polka dot butts.
So at the park, they had dance.
In summer, they had programs.
Dance lessons. So we went and learned how to tap dance.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, absolutely.
So we made our own costumes.
That's crepe paper.
Yeah, that's crepe paper. God.
Oh my.
So where is this?
That's still on Normandy in the backyard of the
No,
store.
this is in our backyard. At Normandy.
How old do you guys think you are in that photo?
7, 10.
Probably.
Oh, this is even before our dad died.
Yeah.
And
That's still in the backyard.
That's
of the
just in
British.
our backyard, and these are all sweet peas that used to grow along the garage there. And so we were just out sunning. Anyway, that's our brother and his friend Keith Hall out in front of our bakery store,
Which one's the brother?
the one on the left. And this is his friend. And we think that's Calvin Abert.
I think so.
Yeah,
Because he was older.
yeah. You want to see these?
Mhm.
Well, real
Just
quick.
pass them.
Oh, you want to see it?
So this is the front of the store. What's the sign? Where was this
That's
located?
Well,
the same bakery.
Yeah, but the store is back here, and it was sort of off to the side, so this sign could be seen from the street, coming or going. And that's
the
our
same sign.
Mother standing in front of the same sign. Oh, that looks like a different sign, though. But it's the same place.
Like what?
Well, this has to be in the 40s, beginning of
Yeah.
39 or 40.
Yeah, because we moved in 41.
Is this a outfit you recognize your mom in that she would wear when you guys were around, or?
Yeah. She wore it to work in or whatever.
So would you say that she was progressive?
No, maybe, I don't know, but I don't remember them wearing pants that early. Women used to just wear dresses.
Well, you're just ahead of your time, hon.
Yeah, yeah, maybe she is progressive then.
All right, that's Ada.
His name's on
That's
the back.
Grandma. That's our mom. That's Wayne. That's Minnie. That's Berta. And that's Billy.
That's our mom?
That's what I said. It doesn't look like her.
Maybe
But
she
that's-
took the picture.
No, are you kidding? That's her. And she was back visiting.
That doesn't look like her.
And I didn't think so either.
Lots of names, but like, how are they related? Or
Oh,
are they
Friends
friends?
are all brothers and sisters, and her mom is this little guy.
Yeah. Yeah, the other ones are brothers and sisters.
All her siblings?
Yeah, what a part of them.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
How many siblings did she have?
13.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
saw that picture with all those
Yeah.
kids. Those are her brothers and sisters.
Wow.
But that doesn't look like our mother. But
Well,
anyway.
that's what I said, but I can tell you all the other ones, so,
Where was that photo taken?
well, it had to be in Nebraska
Yeah, we don't know where.
when she was back visiting. Because Wayne and Billy still would have, they wouldn't have been there.
That could have been when she took our dad back.
It could be.
Yeah,
Which one's your mom?
This one.
but it doesn't look like.
Huh.
That doesn't look like her.
Mm-mm.
Is it
Well,
like
maybe those are
can you
her
describe what she's wearing?
Well, her hair is gray there, which she wasn't gray at that time.
It wasn't white.
No,
But
it
she was
wasn't-
gray. She started graying when she was 34 years old.
Yeah, well, right after our dad died.
Yeah.
All right, this is definitely our mom,
Yes.
and this
And that's
had
on Victor.
okay. So here she must be 40.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe 40.
40 years old or 1940?
No, 40 years old.
In Inglewood on Victor Avenue, which we had to move after the war because the people we were renting from wanted the house back. During the war, they were too afraid to be that close to the aircraft factories.
So then housing was hard to get then. So we moved in with our Aunt Ruth.
Yes.
Mom and Bill and Brian lived in,
Dick.
Dick, yeah. Mom and Bill and Dick lived in a trailer on their property. And Myrna and I had a big bedroom upstairs in their house.
This is on Normandy, still in the backyard.
That's our mom and our brother Dick. Oh, look,
That was kind of a rose-colored dress. That was pretty.
Yeah, she looks cute and young. Well,
She was.
28 or so here, do you think? Or 27 or 8?
I guess.
Yeah.
Was Dick the oldest?
No, he's between Myrna and myself, but he was the favorite.
Was this after or before the war?
Before, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's kind of hard to say whether Dad was still alive then or not.
I think he was. Yeah, I think that was before our dad died.
How old was Dick when your dad died?
He would have been
8 or 9.
8. Yeah, depending on the time of year. Well, June. Yeah, he would have been 8.
Yeah, and I was 10 because we're a year and a half apart. Yeah, I had just had my birthday. Oh, and that's our dad.
Yes.
And this was when we still had the little store. So he must have been, what, 29 or something there, or 28.
I don't know how long they had it before he died. But this was all candy. Bakery was all over here, and I guess they just had milk and cold stuff in there. Coca-Cola.
And so we had this, and our dad worked on the streetcar. That's back when they had streetcars. And so he decided that we just moved to a regular house. And so we sold the place to 2 little old ladies, and we moved to Hawthorne. And the little old ladies just, people didn't like them, and they didn't work out. So we were gone maybe, 6 months, 4 to 6 months, and then we moved back and took the grocery store back again.
And it
And
wasn't long after that he died.
that's where our dad, didn't they say he got a boil in his nose, and they said it was from handling the cash and
Well,
on the streetcar.
The brass.
Yeah, the brass in there, whether that's true or not. But he did get streptococcus from it, and back then they didn't have penicillin.
Sulfa was on there.
Yeah, so if they had had penicillin, he would have lived.
So your dad worked on the streetcar, but also owned the store?
Yeah, my mom worked in there. He never worked there at all.
So is this before the war too then?
Yeah,
Oh,
this
yeah.
was before the war. Yeah. Well, it was like 38 or 9.
Yeah,
Probably 39.
well, he died in 39. So.
Yeah. I guess he was planning the
Yeah.
next summer to go back to Nebraska.
And stay.
Oh, thank God we didn't go back there. Well, Nebraska, the people in this little town, that town has not changed in
Ever.
since we were kids. I mean, you can go back there and the same things are there. And it's very narrow-minded.
However, they have added a slaughterhouse,
Yeah.
which is really a good.
Well, it's a meat producing
Yeah.
town or state, and they do have a big slaughterhouse there now. That's the only thing that's different.
Yeah, and a Walmart.
Yeah.
So you're about to say something about her
No.
before Brian said he died of strep throat. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, I know it. And so there she's left with 3 kids, no income,
insurance.
no insurance, nothing. They
No social security had started by that time, but there was no money in it, so she didn't get anything.
So it was just what she made there. So that's when our stepdad said, why don't you sell the store and go to the defense plants? Because the war had started then. And that's what she did, and made a decent salary. Oh, this is Myrna and me and our brother.
Who's who?
Let's see.
Oh, that's not me.
That's Betty Hustler.
Yeah,
And that's
that's right.
Keith Hall, Dick,
Oh,
me,
yeah.
and Betty Hustler, my friend.
Yeah, Myrna's on the left. Our brother's on the right, and his friend you can't really see. Oh, that is cute. She was Myrna's best friend. Well, that was the whole family that were our friends.
Yeah, and that whole neighborhood, a whole block all the way around, we're all, not so much on this side, but but most of the families. And we got together and ran races at night. And, I mean, the parents.
The parents
everybody.
and the kids, and we'd start at our store and we'd run this way and come back and whoever won. But we didn't want to be on our mom's train because if there was a dog, she would slow down or quit. But otherwise, we had good times in that neighborhood.
Because she was afraid of dogs?
Yeah. But at Christmas, they'd have a big bonfire with all the Christmas trees and
Yeah, it was a good neighborhood.
yeah, it was. It was a good place to grow up.
And I mean, it didn't matter age-wise. I mean, the youngest kid and the oldest kid on the block all went out and played together and had a good time.
There's a street we play kick the can and whatever.
How do you play kick the can? You just go around kicking a can?
No,
No, it's like
you have teams, and somebody kicks the can, and they have to really kick it, and then everybody goes and hides. And then whoever was the guy who was kicking the can had to go out and find everybody.
Oh, it's like hide and seek, but it starts with kicking the can?
Yeah, exactly.
All
And
right.
you play this at night or
I always
Always
wondered.
at night.
I've heard of the game Kick the Can,
Yeah.
but I never knew how it was played.
yeah.
Depending on the age of the people, someone would go out behind bushes and peer, and yeah, there was a little
And you
bit of
could climb a tree.
romance going on out there.
So who would do your guys' hair here?
Nobody had
Hair.
anybody that did hair.
Like your mom or yourselves?
I suppose she combed it. I don't know, but nobody,
Nobody paid attention.
Well, look at, there's no hairstyle.
No, nobody cared about how they looked or well, they might have cared, but they didn't do anything. But look at Betty.
That style.
She's
Yeah,
got
look at his hairstyle.
cute little curls.
Well, he had a little bit of a curl in his hair, Dick.
No, she's talking
No, I know
about
what
Betty.
she's saying. And then Betty had naturally curly hair, just really curly hair. So, I mean, she just, however you could contain it. Oh, yeah, I went to the barber.
So in this picture, it looks like baked goods are on one side and candy was on the other.
Yeah.
And did you sell all the baked goods in one day?
Well, a lot of it people brought, it was another bakery who brought it in. And most of it went a day.
They pretty well knew what was going on.
Yeah,
And then
bakery people came in. A guy from Weber Bakery, and then when I went to work when I was 18 or so, I worked at Weber Bakery, and we had this same guy who was our bread man. He was our boss.
And did Grandma make the candy? Was the candy home?
No, it was store-bought candy.
It was.
Snickers and all
So
that
it
kind
could
of
stay
stuff.
out.
But they had, the bottom row was all penny candy.
Yeah. And you could get quite a bit for a penny. So
Yeah, or they had little cups, scoop up. Yeah, whatever, like gummy bears.
but they
They weren't gummy bears. They were licorice.
The one on the left here looks mischievous. Is that you?
Yeah.
Got a little mischievous little look on your face.
She was a cute kid.
Yeah, God, I've gone downhill, downhill.
False.
Oh my God. This is our mother.
This is probably why she was afraid of dogs.
Now, she has to be 17, 18,
Yeah.
don't you think?
Well, unless I was on the McCoys after they got married, so I don't know.
Well, it's before she had me.
Okay.
And so, well, what was she? She was, 21 when she had
Yeah,
me.
I was going to say.
So she could be 19 or 20.
Yeah.
God. Yeah, that probably is why she was afraid of dogs.
So was that in Nebraska?
This is in
Yeah,
Nebraska.
and I don't know whether that's in
Yeah.
Lexington or York. I don't, that background doesn't look familiar. So that could be,
We weren't
But
there.
it's in
We were on
Nebraska.
that place.
Before she met your dad?
no, this is after she met our dad, probably.
She met our dad in Lexington.
Yeah.
He was working, hired out to some other farmer. And working across the road from her. And she said she was looking out there. She said, she told her mother, she said, I'm going to marry that man. Her mother wanted her to stay home and be her helper for the rest of her life. Mom had other ideas. And the thing is, he had to be sure that he went to church and all the different things that, if he asked her to a dance, and I don't think they were supposed to dance, but
Well, our grandmother was very strict Methodist. You didn't dance, you didn't drink, you didn't do anything.
play cards, face cards were a
And
devil's tool.
her son came, her son had moved to Denver, And he came home and with a deck of cards that were regular cards, and she took them and threw them in the fire.
Yeah.
I mean,
Your mom?
No, our grandmother did.
Your grandma.
Our grandmother.
Yeah, our grandmother. She was strict about a lot of things. Well, she was strict about everything else, I think. But she had 14 kids, so she probably had to be strict. But she wasn't the sweet little grandma. She was.
That you are.
No, but she was.
Yeah.
Where our other grandma was heavy set and a jolly grandma,
Oh, yeah.
and she'd sit us on her knees, and she was a good grandma. I know, the other one was good, but
She was a good grandma, but she wasn't she wasn't overly affectionate. Well, she must have been pretty affectionate at times. She had 14 kids.
So which grandmas are you talking about? The names of the jolly one and the not so jolly one?
The jolly one is Amy, our dad's mom.
Amy McCoy.
And the other one is Mary Louise. I was named after her.
When our dad was sick, our grandmother McCoy came out from Nebraska. And he was in the hospital, but she was just there to kind of watch us and so
And
on.
she'd go to visit.
And she'd go to visit, and Mom would go to visit. And anyway, they had a rule they had set up between the two of them, Mom and Grandma, that you had to clean up everything on the table. I mean, everything had to be.
We didn't want leftovers.
Yeah, we didn't leave leftovers. Anyway, whatever we had some lemons, like fish, it wasn't fish, but anyway, something with lemon slices. And so we said, okay, Grandma, you have to eat those lemons. And I mean, she was really good. And she had this, the little old lady perm. She took, and those little gray hairs just danced all over her head. I don't know why that would be a memory that we all had, though.
Yeah.
She was a good one. Had a big rocking chair, and she set all three of us on a rocking chair.
Yeah.
I mean, we were big kids. Well, not big kids, but,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, actually.
Yeah.
That's what I want a photo of, is the three of you on her lap.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
You won't get that.
No.
I just explained it to you.
Okay, who sat where?
Oh, gosh. Where
What night was it? No, we just piled in on it. It was like an old horsehair,
Yeah.
funny, big old heavy rocking chair.
And she was out for about 3 months, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Then went back right before our dad died.
Yeah. And then they insisted on Mom taking him back to York, Nebraska to be buried. There was $1,000 in insurance money from the railway. And, of course, taking a body, riding the train, buying plots,
Yeah.
burial plots. That $1,000 was gone. I mean, I don't think there was any money. And then she bought a plot for 5 graves for the whole family. And so she, our dad was buried in one, and then she came back to California, and we went on with our lives. And then our grandparents died. Our grandpa McCoy had a little bit of larceny in his veins, I think. Anyway, he was buried in one of the plots, and then Grandma was buried in another plot. They never paid anything for them, and never paid Mom.
Just took 'em.
Just took them. Because she had left the deed with them in Nebraska. And I think she was going to talk about selling it one time. Oh, that burned up in a fire, the deed, So, okay. So then, I guess, when our uncle, or my dad's youngest brother, had, he called Mom and he said, those plots were yours. And he said, Irene and I would like to be buried there with our parents and with his parents, and we want to pay you for it. So they paid for 2 of the plots at the going rate at that time. But, your grandfather just took them. Here's your daughter-in-law with 3 little kids and no help from anything. Anyway, but he was a good guy. We could tell stories about him.
Yeah, a good grandpa.
Yeah, he was. He was a good grandpa to be around, but he did things like that.
Also,
Wow. Her bowl? What's it?
Yeah,
what's
yeah.
it? It's a cracker bowl.
got this little smirk on
Like a cookie jar?
They call it a cracker bowl.
So there's a weird fact about these old photos. Sometimes they would take pictures with the person that was already dead.
I knew that.
And so the people
It's like
around
the last
dead
picture you're
person,
ever gonna get.
yeah.
Like kind of a thing.
So like the people around the person would be a little bit blurry, a little fuzzy from moving around a little bit, but the dead person would be the clearest image because they can't move at all.
We are in Redding, California. Tickets.
At Mary's house, doing something crazy for our Christina.
I was born in Lexington, Nebraska, where I stayed a year in May of 1929. And then I had my little sister.
Then our brother was born.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was born in Lexington, Nebraska, April 1932.
Our brother was born in November of 1930.
Yeah, 30.
And our parents, our mother was born in January of 1907.
31st.
Yeah, and was that the same year? Weren't they the same
Yeah,
age?
he was just younger.
April of 1907. And our mother was born in Neosho, Missouri. And our dad, I think, was born in York, Nebraska. Our mother, she was born Opelitha Speak, but when she got her birth certificate after the World War II, she was Letha Opel.
Speak.
No, she was by then on McCoy.
Well, we felt was Speak,
Yeah.
McCoy, later Gordon.
Because they weren't too particular with birth certificates back then. Because we have an uncle whose name was Wayne Charles and they turned it to Arthur Wayne. So,
Yeah. And then there's our brother.
yeah. Our brother was born and the doctor came in and said, "What are you going to name him?"
What do you call him?
Yeah, and our mother said, "Dickie Dellis." And that's on his birth certificate.
Instead of Richard Dellis,
Yeah.
that's Dickie Dellis.
Because she just thought it was she didn't know they were going to put it on his birth certificate. So every time I was with him when he went to get his marriage license, Dickie Dellis,
Not good.
he was sure when his sons were born that they had their proper names.
Our brother's name is Dickie Dellis, and he is between us in 1930. And that's the only siblings we have, just us. And our dad was born March 13th.
April 18th.
Is that right?
Of course it's right. No, it's April 18th.
Talk.
Anyway, and he was Dallas Elvin McCoy. And our mother, well, I told you our mother was Opelitha. It's April.
Okay.
Why did you say March?
Because I thought he was born in March.
No, it's April.
We'll have to find out.
Okay, how do we do that?
Just ask me.
Yeah.
We're listing my mother's brother. And there was Roy, Paul, Melvin, Wayne, Billy, Clarence. 6 boys and 8 girls, and I'll try to remember. So there was Opelitha and Minnie and Verda and Verna and Ada and Ruby, Ruth, and who's the other one? Oh, Patty. They were 14 children. My poor grandma, all single births. But she and her sister, Minnie, were the closest in age. And on the farm, they made all the pies. They'd get up and didn't they make like 7 pies in the morning? When the harvest time, they'd have all these other men
Hired hands.
came in and helped with the harvesting. And that's why they needed all these pies and dinner. And they had their big meal at noon. And they still do, I think, in Nebraska mostly.
Mostly.
Yeah.
With our dad's side. Well, let's see. He was one of 4 children. His mother was Amy. His father was Claude. His oldest sister was Laverne. Laverne or
Yeah.
Leona? Which one was first?
I just think it was Laverne.
Okay, well, one way or another. Laverne, Leona, and then my father, and then Marion, his younger brother. And it was just the 4 children. That was all in York, Nebraska. And yeah, they were all born in York.
Yeah. Well, on our dad's side, we met Leona's daughters. And
Nancy and Jan.
yeah, and they used to come out in the summertime, but we haven't seen those cousins. We don't even know if they're still alive, but we probably haven't seen them in 20, 30 years, have we?
And his sister Laverne had one son, and he's passed. His name was Charles. Anything else?
And then,
Oh, we didn't even know Marion's kids, so hardly.
yeah, but we probably knew him better than the other ones because he came out and
Yeah.
visited us, and his daughter did too.
Yeah.
But we've lost track of all of that side practically.
How about your mom's side?
Oh, our mom's side, we have cousins we've never even heard of. But we had a bunch of cousins. And when we were kids, we would go to my grandmother's house. And the adults would have dinner, well, we always had dinner, but then they'd send the kids upstairs. And we'd play games with all of them. And some nights it was just our family there, and the parents would play cards, and we'd sit around and listen. I used to love that, to just hear them talking, and we might fall asleep or not.
I don't remember all that.
Yeah. You don't even remember your dad's birthday. We moved to California, and then the only other relative that moved here was my dad's sister and her husband and son. And they lived with us for, I don't know, a couple months until they could find a place. And we probably knew that cousin better than any of them. And then
Then Mom's sister Ruby and her husband moved out,
yeah,
and they had one daughter, Betty Jo, and we knew her better than any cousin.
yeah, because we spent a lot of time.
Yeah.
But when our dad died, our Aunt Laverne had Merna and I lived with them while my mother went to Nebraska.
For his burial.
Yeah, and our brother lived with Keith Hall, his best friend. And our uncle was wonderful. Uncle D.
Uncle D,
He'd come home every
Laverne's
day and
husband.
make our lunch, and he was more fun than our aunt.
She was working at Bullock's.
Yeah. Part of them moved to Denver. I mean, part of the family, but most of them still lived in Nebraska. And we didn't get back there. We went back when,
I was 13.
yeah, I was 17 or so. And was that the last time we went? That was
Well-
still right after the war, and you couldn't find places to stay, so we took a big tent and camped along the way. And we got there and enjoyed the family, but our little, how old was Bobby? 12?
Well, no, he would have been 13 too, because we were the same age, and that's when we went back.
That's right. Anyway, we were having a family get together, and our one cousin who was 13 and his cousin,
On the other side of the family.
yeah, they were going into the swimming pool
Yeah.
or something. And they were hurrying to get in there, and they had an accident, and both of them were killed. So that was rather a dramatic time there.
They didn't have seat belts.
No, that was way before seatbelts. And isn't that when our cousin got in trouble? His brother, who was my age,
Yeah.
I don't know whether he really robbed something, but because we were there and our brother was,
We were in York when that happened.
oh, that's right. But they thought my brother was involved too. And I don't know whether it was petty crime or what it was, but that was kind of,
I don't know. We didn't know what it was.
yeah. But that was an interesting trip.
It was also when we learned, because of the funeral, how everybody in town brings in food. I mean, it was like tables full of food that were just gifted by neighbors and friends.
Yeah. And so they have a big thing in the hall at the church, wasn't that? The basement of the church.
Was it Norman's? But anyway, that's when our little cousin, mom's sister's youngest boy, I think it was, they said, asking him if he wanted anything, because here's all this food, everything you could think of. Something I don't have to chew. I don't know why that sticks with us, but that was one of the things.
Now, our mother's mother was called Mary Louise, and she was a very strict grandmother, probably because of all of the 14 children. But she wasn't
She was
mean.
nice. No, she was, but she had to be. Who was it? Uncle Mose said that he used to call her the little general.
Yeah, but you would have to with 14 kids like that. And then Grandpa's name was Charles Walter.
Yeah, Walker, yeah.
Yeah, Charles Walker. And he was really great.
He was a sweetheart.
Yeah, really good. Because when we went back on that vacation we just told you about, he was good to us, and he'd kid around with us all the time. And
Took us out to Johnson Lake.
yeah. Oh, you tell him about. He thought he would scare us because there were snakes.
Oh, you got this all wrong.
All
Go
right, you
ahead.
tell him.
You're not going to say, I don't remember it that way.
I do, but I told you to say it in the first place.
We went fishing, and so we were kind of spread out different places around the lake. And our brother at that time, Dick, was into snakes. And when we were in Inglewood, he used to go up and get them. And so, we had snakes around us. So he was out, he found a snake, and he brought it to me, and he says, hold this, I found another one. So I'm holding this snake that's wrapped up around my arm. It was probably a garter snake, I don't know what it was, but anyway, trusted him to know it wasn't poisonous. And we were standing waiting. About that time, Grandpa and Mom and all of them came up from the lake, and Grandpa walked up there and he about jumped out of his skin. He was tall and thin anyway, about jumped 6 feet off the ground because I had this snake.
Yeah,
So he wasn't warning us about snakes because he hadn't expected us to find any snakes.
Yeah,
But anyway, that was just funny.
but he didn't see many girls, especially with a snake wrapped all up their arm. Yeah.
The other thing about driving out to Johnson Lake with him, our grandmother didn't drive, never had driven. And now Charlie, now Charlie, she'd tell him every place to drive and how to do it. And we were sitting back there, how come she's doing that? She doesn't drive. And he was a good driver. But every little bump or curve or anything, she would warn him about.
Does Grandma do that to you now when you drive? Does she say "now, Charlie" to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, she would be saying it. She would be saying it to her husband. As we're driving.
Now you guys drive together a lot. I was wondering if Grandma says, "Hey, Charlie" to you.
I just say, watch it.
And I say, don't tell me how you drive.
No, but that was just so cute because she didn't drive.
Yeah.
He was so steady and easy. He was a good guy.
Okay, Molly. He called her Molly. I don't know why, instead of Mary. Our grandma was named Amy Bell. I just learned that today. And our grandfather was Claude Elvin. And Dad's middle name was Elvin, wasn't it? Yeah, Dallas Elvin. And I think they were both born in New York.
I was going to say, you're asking me, I don't even know who was born.
Yeah. But I think they were probably both born in New York, don't you?
Yeah.
But we don't really know. And they were good grandparents. We always liked going there. And she was always a good grandmother.
Oh, yeah, she was great.
Yeah, she really was. And he was good. It's just we didn't spend as much time with him.
They were more openly affectionate, though.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
much
on
more.
Grandpa's speak.
Yeah. Well, and people weren't that affectionate back in those days.
Mary said she didn't. Our mother didn't tell her she loved us until she was 60 years old.
I was 60 before she said ever I love you.
It
And
just
I
wasn't something that was done that much.
I had to tell her.
Oh well.
Well, parents weren't that demonstrative, were they?
No, not like they are now.
No. I mean,
But you knew you were loved.
yeah, but they would openly affectionate where they hug you a lot or anything.
So when she told you she loved you when you were 60, do you remember where, when, and why she said
It
that?
was at my house.
It was at your house, and I said, of all the, you've never said you love us, or me anyway. She might have told you, probably did. Anyway, but that's true. And look how everybody, well now, if the word is overused, I think. Oh, I love
Well,
her.
yeah. I mean, you see a friend, you love them.
Yeah,
But
but
you do, it's just a different way.
yeah, but love used to mean love, and where it's not that, it doesn't have the same meaning really anymore.
I love you. Grandma. Myrna. I love you in the love way.
Yeah.
Tell me about your parents, just free flow. What do you want to say?
I think they had a pretty good relationship.
They were
And
in love.
yeah,
They were.
and when we came to California, they sold everything they had and bought a new car. I think it was like 1936. And they put all their belongings in the back seat and then blankets up on top of that. And they never do this today. But we three laid back on those blankets and drove to California. And that was an interesting trip. I mean, funny little things happened. When somebody stopped us on the side of the road and he had a diamond ring he wanted to sell our dad. And of course he didn't. Oh, and that's another thing. Because you had to come across a lot of desert and people had those water bags that they sold, and you had a bottle of water if you can, because you didn't know whether your car was going to overheat or whatever. Of course it was brand new, it shouldn't have. But anyway, then we stopped in,
What kind of car?
it was a 36 Ford, gray with little green trim. But we stopped in Las Vegas, and that's when they were building the Hoover Dam, and they wanted our dad to work there, which we went out there and there were guys scaling up the mountains. It was really interesting.
How old were you guys?
Dam is interesting.
Yeah. But he didn't take that job. And there was another one where it was a fish hatchery. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Where we went out and the guy fed the fish and stuff, and they wanted our dad to work there. But because his friend who lived in Long Beach had told him, come on out, there's good jobs out in the orange picking. And so we went out and we did live with them for about a week, I think. But he picked oranges one day and said, that's enough, that was too much.
When you were talking about the Hoover Dam, how old were you guys on that trip?
I was in 36, so I would have been maybe 3, 4.
Yeah.
Depending on the.
Yeah.
Do you remember like a parenting style, like what their parenting style was, or what you remember about who did what in terms of?
I didn't like my father as much.
I love him.
Because he was a big tease. And he really teased me and I didn't get it, I guess. But Merna was his
I was
favorite.
his favorite.
Yes, she was.
Like I said, I only got
You know,
7
the baby
years.
girl and all that sort of thing.
Our parents, of course, I mean, we were pretty young when our dad died. He was working, and so it's kind of like fathers weren't that much in on raising children. I mean, they would brought money home and all that sort of supported them. But Mom was a really easy, wonderful mother. She would come out, she'd work all day in that little store and then come out and play hopscotch and stuff like that after dark out on that cement walk thing. And she was always ready to go and play a game or do anything like that. And she didn't have any strict rules. I mean, you were supposed to have sense enough to know that she had not really any curfews or anything like that, just be home at a reasonable hour. She was really easy.
Yeah, she was.
But then you also wanted to please your parents at that time.
Well, and I think because our dad died early, we tried harder maybe to be better kids. I think we did. And then when we moved to Inglewood, Bill had lived right around the corner from us, and he was always helping Mom with her books in the grocery store.
Who's Bill?
Our stepdad. In 1939, June of 1939, our dad died. And so our mother was left with all three of us. And we had it was a family that lived around the corner. And Bill Gordon was the father. And he did come in and help our mother with books. But he and his wife never did have a good relationship. He had written to her in World War I, and she was kind of a war bride. So he hadn't met her, and she came over on this ship, and he said the minute he saw her, he knew that wasn't going to work out. But anyway, they did get married, and they had a daughter who was 6 years older than I, and she was always good to us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but the mother, Bill and his wife, never slept in the same room. They never really got along. So he said he would stay married to her until his daughter was out of high school. So when we moved to Inglewood, his daughter wasn't old enough yet, but a couple of years later, he moved to Inglewood too, just a block away from us. So he was always at our house back and forth, and he was there for dinner. And so maybe after 5 or 6 years after our dad died, he and our mom got married. And our mother asked our brother, would you care if we got married? We might as well, he's here all the time anyway. So, but he was a good stepdad. What did you want to say about him?
That's what I want to say about it. When they did get married, my mom had been working, and her understanding with him, I mean, they had an understanding that these are my kids, I want to raise them as I want to raise them, and I will be financially responsible. When they got married and he took over rent and all that, but they had a financial arrangement that worked. But the thing that, Mary says she was the favorite, but she was, and Bill and I could kind of lock horns every once in a while. But he was a really good stepdad because we didn't have to go to him at all. I mean, when we wanted to do anything, we went to Mom, asked her, whatever her decision was what it was going to be. And there was no arguments. There was nothing like that we ever had with him, except if she needed him. Like at one time we were at a beach party and they had a curfew at 10 o'clock or something like that. And I had left the house with my brother and the rest of the group of kids. And they picked us up at Venice Beach. They picked us up at like 2 minutes after 10. Didn't even give you time to pick your stuff up. And they took us to the police station. And they waited until about 1 or 2 in the morning before they called. And they said, we have your son here. Well, Mom knew we left together, like, well, where's Myrna? Well, they wouldn't tell them any of that, And so Bill was the one who got in the car, went down to the police station, picked us both up. I mean, there was nothing. They didn't do anything to us. That's the kind of thing. He would step in when there was anything out of the ordinary that Mom wanted him to do. So he was a very good stepdad. Whether I was his favorite or not.
Well, you guys did argue more than we did.
Well,
But he's a good stepdad. Just like when I had eye problems, he took me to the doctor a lot of the times. And so he was just always there well, like a real father.
yeah, I mean, he really was. He was good. And he was 15 years older than Mom.
Yeah. He was born in California, and then he moved to Canada, and that's where he joined the RAF, actually, not the United States, not the U.S. Army. And he had, I only remember him, I'm sure he had others, but we met his one sister. And I don't know really how many siblings he had. Because they weren't around. Oh, and then his wife, when Bill was in the service, he met a friend there from England, and they became best friends. Well, then his wife ended up marrying Bill's best friend. So everyone is happy. And then when Ralph and I got married and we moved to La Crescenta, his daughter was married and moved to La Crescenta also. So she and I were friends all through our kids' high school, from grammar school on.
What was her name?
Her name,
Shirley.
Shirley. Shirley was his daughter.
Oh, Grossi.
What? Yeah. You didn't know that? Oh, see, we're all running. But yeah, she married. Well, we had been friends as kids anyway. And then when they moved up there, I was really shocked. And Lisa, her daughter, was in the same grade as Brian, and we're in some of the same classes.
Brian, your son?
My son, Brian, yeah.
So what's his first and last name?
Bill Gordon.
And then when did he die?
Got
Ooh.
Was it?
75, 76, it was right in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did that change your mom at all, having been widowed twice, I guess?
No, she lived near Merna, and
Yeah,
they'd always done things together, and they continued to do it.
Okay, so your mom married, widowed, married again, widowed. How much time was she just single
Between our dads or afterwards?
afterwards?
Oh,
Or
gosh.
yeah, because it was 5 years, and
95, 25 years or so.
yeah.
Yeah.
and she was with you that whole time.
Well, she still had her own home and I had mine, and we lived there, but we were together all the time. And then when I retired, we had been coming up to vacation at Mary and Ralph's, and so we liked it. And so I told my kids, find places to be because I'm leaving. When I retire, I'm going up to Reading. And that was in 1989. Yeah.
Okay.
And then she lived until 1905, right?
Yeah, 2005.
2005, yes. I'm thinking, we've talked about how Mom was into, anything athletic, but bowling was a big thing in our lives when they would bowl and we would get to go along and just sit and maybe we'd get a root beer or something like that for being patient and waiting for the bowling to be over with. Graduated from high school, there wasn't a soul in that place that was related or friends of mine because they were bowling.
Yeah. Everything was bowling.
But yeah, I never even thought about it
it was
until I'm sitting there and I'm seeing this whole grandstand of people, because it was on the football field. We were looking up there and I thought, I don't know a single person up there. Good for you, Mern, that you graduated.
Yeah. Well, kids were not important back in our days. Kids were seen and not heard, and that's from an early life.
Well, we were heard quite a bit, but it was just different.
Yeah, I mean, the whole life didn't run around the kids like it does today.
That's right. Milestones.
Oh, we always were friends as kids, and we did a lot of things together, and had a lot of the same friends.
Yeah.
And when we went high school, Myrna always had lunch with us and her friends.
Yeah.
And then I went with my first boyfriend all through high school. And Myrna met his cousin.
Oh, wait a minute, you're going to finish. You got married to that man?
Oh, yeah, I did. Well, no, I'm going to talk about it first.
Oh, okay.
What are their names?
But anyway, his cousin was in the service. Wasn't he still in the service?
Yeah, in the Navy.
Yeah, and came out, and Myrna thought he was pretty nice, and he was.
He was cute.
really cute and smooth, and
Lots of potential.
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
so anyway, Myrna got married right out of high school.
Well, a year.
Wasn't that long? Anyway,
Wait, I have so many questions. Who are the names? So you're saying your high school boyfriend and his cousin.
yeah. My
So-
high school boyfriend was Ben Euglid, and the cousin
His
was
cousin was Wade Lewis.
And what made it not work out?
He he was not faithful, for one thing. He had, I mean, like I say, he had a lot of potential, but he was going to be an advertising man, and he, you start in the mailroom and work your way up. Well, that didn't last. He started in the mailroom, but it didn't last. Then he was going to be an actor, so he went away for summer stock, and that's when there was unfaithful stuff going on. And you can't build a house on a sand, I mean, it just doesn't, it wasn't going to happen. And it never did for him either, so. But I came home, moved back in with Mom and Bill, and went to work and enjoyed a lot of interesting people.
lots of
met my-
boyfriends.
Met my husband at Air Research, and he came to Air Research to get somebody to work on cable. Air Supply had opened the cable part, and so anyway, he came over and he got me and another girl from Air Research. We moved to Beverly Hills to work. When the whole department was moved to the Arizona Phoenix branch of Air Research, and everybody, the whole group was moved over there, and Terry and I were only going to stay to train the other girls. But all the wives started to come over, and Bob Leckey's wife would come over. They had started their divorce proceedings. And then that's when I met Bob Leckey better. Anyway,
What year was that?
that was, what year? Well, it was been 59. And we got married in 60. I met my husband, Bob. I was working at Air Research, and he was working at Air Supply, which were both Garrett Corporation. And they were starting up a cable group. So he had to come and find people to wire things, and came over to Air Research and chose me and another girl. And we went to work in Beverly Hills building cables. And he was married at the time, and you never saw his wife. He was just a really great guy, one of the best bosses I've ever had. And we just were friends until we were transferred, the whole group was transferred over to Phoenix, Arizona. Then when the other people's husbands and wives were arriving, he didn't have a wife. They had started divorce proceedings before we went over there. And so we started dating and kept it a secret. He said, I don't think it's right that, people should know that we're dating because it wouldn't look right. So that was fine. We were able to keep it a secret. And we were there, I guess, not quite a year before they transferred the whole thing back to LA. But in the meantime, we got engaged, and when my roommate, the girl that went over with us, she decided she didn't want to stay in Phoenix, so she came home. So Bob said, I don't want you staying here alone in an apartment. So retire, and we were going to get married, So I was home from about November till March. That's when I got married, is in March. And so then we were married, and I guess, they hadn't left Phoenix yet. So we went back and lived in an apartment in Phoenix for probably 3 or 4 months. Then it was all transferred back to LA.
What year was this?
1950, well, that would be 1960. Yeah.
And how long were you? So you were in Arizona, you're saying, with him?
It wasn't quite a year. I mean, it was a short-lived operation through the company.
That's funny. That part of the story is, and you didn't have a roommate, so he just made you his roommate. But in order,
No, he sent me home.
He sent you home.
Yeah, he sent me back to L.A.
Okay.
Oh, let's get that straight. No, that was, it's just a different time. He just didn't think it would look, if anybody's.
Well, people didn't live together in our
No,
day.
no.
That was frowned upon.
Really, Mary? What was I going to? I was going to tell you something that. Oh, because it was a secret. When they had a company dance, we couldn't go, so we went to the races, the dog races in Phoenix. And he had never been to a dog race, and I had only been to one, but I at least knew how to bet because of going to horse races with our stepdad. Every single race we cashed tickets. Not, you weren't betting big, but we cashed all kinds of tickets. So when we went back to my apartment with my roommate was there, Bob went in with money sticking out of his pockets and behind his ear, and he had money hanging all over him. Anyway, it was fun. He was cute. He was a good guy.
And they were like, what did you get up to? Like, they didn't know. Did they know that he had gone to the races, coming back with like money? And
No, that was just my roommate. She knew we were dating because she was there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's cute. And so how old would have that made you?
God.
In 1960.
Well,
28.
28, yeah.
So, he was single, and you were also single at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, so how long were you guys engaged before you got married?
Well, we were not even a year.
A couple months. Yeah, like from November to March, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so then tell me how he proposed.
I really don't know. We were both. He was 15 years older than I, and I don't know. I think I talked about. Oh, he said, "What kind of an engagement ring would you like?" And I said, "I don't care. I just would rather have just a wedding band." And I said, "Or a cigar band. I don't care." And so anyway, that was. But we had talked. We were going to get married. It wasn't like it was. But then his sister-in-law. He was a twin. His twin brother's wife said, no, you don't. You get her an engagement ring. She's just do it. And so anyway, he did get me an engagement ring and so on, but we did have a plain band. Thank you, Lois.
Your sister-in-law?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so tell me about your wedding and your wedding day, what you wear, where it was, who was there, what it was like. From when you woke up to when you went to bed that night.
Oh my God.
I want to know everything.
Well, first of all, I went to bed. No. Well, it was a very small wedding. Mary was my maid of honor. And Roy is the twin brother, was the best man. And we got married in the little glass church on Palos Verdes. Before it was all overgrown with plants. It was beautiful, and it was a 5:00-ish wedding. So the sun was going down over the Pacific Ocean, and the whole thing looked pink. It was just beautiful. As far as getting dressed, and I just wore a plain dress. Street dress you could wear any place. It was pretty beige. And then we went back to my mom's house and had snacks or whatever, and then we went up to Arrowhead and had our honeymoon in Arrowhead.
You forgot the drinks.
Snacks, drink. Well, we probably didn't have many drinks.
Yeah, we did. Then Lois got drunk?
Well, yeah, maybe. I wasn't thinking about other people.
Well, yeah.
Tell us so you were able to enjoy the party probably more so than being the bride.
Yeah.
So what did you see at the wedding?
Well, I remember Lois getting drunk.
And hitting on our brother.
Yeah. And then my brother and his wife and Ralph and I went to the Pantages and we saw Louis Prima and Keeley Smith. Yeah, they were big in our day. Anyway, we
That
had
was
a
after the
big-
wedding, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was going to start talking about your wedding.
No.
Who were those? Is that music or movies?
Yeah,
or?
music.
Nice.
What's Arrowhead?
Lake Arrowhead.
Oh, okay.
It's up in San Bernardino.
You went and like rented a cabin or something? And
Yeah.
Stayed on the
Oh, I
lake?
should tell you that story. They're all chalet type house. I mean, little cabins and things up there. And we had one of those cabins. And in the morning, we were just lying in bed and we hear this across the roof. And all of a sudden went, it was a squirrel, but you never think of an animal as getting, jolted. Anyway, we lay there and about laughed our heads off because it was so quiet, you could hear everything.
Yeah, but you didn't tell what he did. He jumped off the roof.
Well, yeah, he jumped off the roof and landed. Didn't you see him at the edge of the roof? And he jumped and it was a,
Poor little guy.
He just didn't estimate quite right.
Awesome. Okay, so now you're married. What was it like after you got married? And then how long did it take before you guys started a family? Like, what was your relationship like? What did you guys do together?
Our relationship was great. We bought a house in Manhattan Beach, and I wanted kids. His brother said, she's going to want kids right away. And he says, that's okay with me. Roy was through having kids. Anyway, we had our house, and we did have a hard time getting pregnant. And once we did, we had our 3 boys. And the only thing is, it didn't last long enough because he had a heart attack.
So, what year did he have a heart attack and how old were your children?
Well, I got knife numbers.
No, yeah, you can say years.
He had his heart attack in 1976, and the kids were 11, 12, and 13. Judd hadn't turned 13 yet, but anyway, right there.
What was, if you don't mind, what was that day like, and where was he when he...
He was at home. He had, if you can call it a minor heart attack, about a month before, and everything was going okay, but it was an aneurysm, and I guess they just decided to... His doctor told me later that if I had operated the first time, he said he would have died on the table. But we had another month before he actually died. And he was at home, paramedics came and hospital.
Do you feel like that month then, after he had his minor one, did you guys know that it was...
No, I think I thought, he's going to get better. Everybody gets better. We're a healthy family. But he had a heart history with his father, and his brother and sister had both had heart attacks and lived through them. But he was educating me about things, about, the water heater or the this or that or how you do things. So, I mean, I think he had in his mind a long time before the heart attack that he wasn't doing like he thought he was supposed to. I mean, he had a premonition, let's say, that he wasn't going to make it.
You didn't think anything was weird? Him trying to teach you how to do these?
Oh, no. I mean, it was just talk, he always kept me informed on everything financial. I mean, he did all the books, but he had me in there knowing what I was supposed to know. I used to tell him, you're going to worry yourself to death. I'm not worried about these things. If anything has happened, I know I can take care of myself and the kids. But he kept me informed on all that kind of stuff. That was more his nature but he was fun. I mean, it wasn't all bookwork.
Right. Okay, so how old was he when he passed?
He was 59.
Too soon.
Too soon.
And you never remarried?
No. You have 3 kids, and I was financially okay. So I just, I wanted to take care of my kids and raise them the way my mom did, because that's exactly what had happened to her. And so I think it was almost
almost 2 or 3 years before I decided I better get a job and start having a little more income. But we were fine for 3 years before. Then I went back to work. I enjoyed it, built up a little retirement of my own, and we made it.
Amazing. It makes so much sense. Like, you and your mother must have bonded over that in a way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had a perfect model. I didn't have to even think what to do. Because she was phenomenal. But, I mean, she didn't have the financial help. Of course, in those days, she earned enough on her own to give us a perfect home. Except mine I owned. And it wasn't too many years before it was paid off, so it was close. Anyway, I had it much easier than she did.
But you had someone to also, like, through the grief and through the what do you do now with your life? How do you, like, she had been through all that.
Yeah.
And she was probably able to share more than anyone in your life. Not only is she your mother, but she's someone who also had to deal with that herself.
Yeah. I used to tell my kids, if I could be half as good a mother as my mom was, you're in good hands.
So many questions.
That ever worked out.
What do you remember it being like for your children when that happened?
Well, I think, it's a shock to kids, but at the same time, nothing changed at home other than, because Dad was always at work. Not always, but I mean, the only thing that changed for them was that when Bob came home from work, got out of the suit, went out and they went across the street and played in the playground and threw the balls and flew kites and, everything. And they were also at an age where they were starting to be out on their own anyway, with being able to take their bikes and go across town and so on and so forth. I'm sorry. Anyway, because nothing changed as far as when they started noticing, as I think people would say, well, is Merna going to lose a house or, this kind of thing through the school. I mean, the mothers, and we were very involved with Little League, so we knew a lot of people. And I said, don't worry about it. Nothing's going to, the only thing that's wrong is Dad isn't here. Because we're fine. Everything's good. And I think that's about all they were worried about, what's going to change our lives. And seeing it wasn't going to change, they missed their dad. And, that's about it, and they were at that stage where they're starting to break away anyway, so it was timing.
Yeah, and they had you, and
they had me, they had Mom.
And Merna, yeah. Or, I mean, Granny.
Granny, yes. And they idolized her. I mean, especially Judd, because he loved the races. He loves all kinds of sports. He had her that Dodger, boy, that was good for him. The other two, well, they loved their Granny too, but it wasn't the same bond. Judd and Granny had a real bond.
Okay, so your marriage with Bob overlapped with some wars.
With what?
Some wars? Like, was he in the war at all? Or any wars?
No.
Or military service at all? Okay.
He was working, his job was considered military, not military, but essential. And it was in the airplane factory, that kind of thing.
I was going to ask, I don't even know, what did he do for a living? And then what did you do?
He was a sales manager for
what is
for Air Supply, which Air Supply was a representative for any companies that, where they wanted to sell to the airline aircraft factories. So it'd be things like Precision Rubber, which would be selling O-rings, or Elgin Watch, all different things like that. They represented companies from the East Coast and Midwest and all that.
Did he travel a lot with his work?
And well, yeah, he did, but not a lot. Just it was nice when you're married, when your husband is gone and you think, ooh, now we can have hot dogs and we can have dinner is going to be easier.
But it was funny the minute, when he would leave, because he would come home after work and as I said, go play with the kids. And when he left on, say, a week travel, the minute 6:30 came, they didn't listen to me anymore. They would listen to me all day until that time. Dad was supposed to take over then, but Dad wasn't there. So they could just do whatever they thought.
Did they?
No. Well, they just stopped listening to me. That they would do what they thought they wanted to do.
Did that slowly change? Did they realize that? Or were they just getting to the age?
They realized it. They just, Mom's off work now, Dad's home. It's funny how kids do things.
Then back to more of the mushy stuff. How would you describe your relationship with Bob, and how would he make you feel special, or how would you guys keep, you two a focus while you also had kids and everything else going on?
I think because we were older, we had both been married. We knew what we did not want in a marriage. He happened to have been married to a woman who had mental problems and alcoholism, and anyway, she made his life miserable. And they had a son, and he mostly had to take everything to do with raising Rob, finding help and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I think mostly our relationship was respect. I wasn't a romantic, madly in love. We loved each other very much, and I felt very loved. He made me feel that way, and I hope I did him. Well, he one time said, "This is the best time of my life." I've never been happier. So, but it wasn't. I think Mary and Ralph had more of a more openly loving. Bob and I had the same feeling, but it wasn't. I don't know how to explain it. There was definitely respect and love. So
yeah,
I don't know what else you can ask.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, not handsy feely, affectionate all the time. It's like you guys showed love in other ways.
Yeah. However, there was never a time that we walked any place that we weren't holding hands. It was just a different. I don't know. It was good. It was very good.
I say Augie kind of gets annoyed when I hold his hand. He's like, "That's like I gotta walk." So I'd like to hold his hand more.
Yeah, I don't like holding hands either.
You know?
No, I'll do it for a
just,
little bit, but it's like,
yeah.
I like to have my arms free.
That was just the most automatic thing that we, never even thought about it, but it was always there.
Okay, so, and then you mentioned, kind of how you continue to raise children without him, but then they're out of the house. Like, what has it been like for you with other relationships or lack thereof since he's passed?
First of all, there weren't a heck of a lot of people knocking on the door to take me out, that sort of thing. I just didn't. I think I wasn't giving out any vibes that I was looking for anything because I wasn't. I never really met anybody that I thought I would want to be married to, unless they were married to somebody else, or when they were not available. There might be people that you liked and could have liked, but they were not available. So
You did date a bit, though. And
I dated a few, but it wasn't anything.
And the kids reacted.
Yeah, the kids come, what's going on? We don't know if we like this guy. Anyway, it was just not in the cards. So here I am with my husband. I'm the husband, she's the wife. Yeah.
I like that. That works.
It does work. Well, and it was that way with Mom. We were, we did things together, so.
I went with him all through high school, 5 years or so. And we were going to get married in 1950. But I Ralph came to work when I was working at Inglewood Health Center. And on Valentine's Day was the day I met him in 1950. Anyway, and so our kind of work, he had to call in every day, and we got to talking, and I think we fell in love over the phone. So anyway, but I was getting married in September, but I thought, well, Ralph seemed, well, he was better educated, lived in Hollywood. I just thought he wasn't in my class, or I wasn't in his. And I didn't know that he really cared that much. So anyway, I went ahead, got married in September, and about 6 months later, my husband was messing around. I thought, oh, good, I can leave him. So, I mean, that's not a good thing to say, but anyway, but in the meantime, Ralph had decided, well, he was going to leave. It was painful to be there. But
Because of you?
yeah, so I went in one day, and there was this letter he wrote me, and I thought, ooh, he really cares. So then he came back to the health center in Compton, not Inglewood, and I had to call over there for business, and we got to talking. I told him I was leaving my husband, and he said, where can we meet? So we did, and we dated. My stepdad had heard that he was a womanizer and whatever, which he wasn't at all. But anyway, he didn't like him. And by then I was living with my mom and dad. And anyway, he learned to like him. He ended up really liking Ralph. We ended up going to Las Vegas and stuff together. But anyway, then, and when I worked at the health department, there's a bunch of nurses and the office people. Well, the nurses kind of looked down on the office people, well, a couple of them, let's say. And so, I had mentioned that kind of bothered me, and Ralph said, well, so why don't you go back to school? You're as bright as any of them, why not? So when we got married, actually, the first day we got married, I went back to school that day, or for, what do you call it?
Wonderful honeymoon.
No, no, I went to school and then we got married that same day. And we had this nice little apartment in LA. And a couple of years later, we were pregnant. And every year after, we were pregnant.
For several years.
Yeah. But before Brian was born, we bought a house. And
What did the letter say that he left?
what do you think?
The letter that he left you, what did it say?
I'm not telling you.
Sure you will.
Before?
I've never told anybody. I can't remember it word for word.
Well, I don't want word for word, just a general idea.
Just that he
Liked her, and she was getting married, and he couldn't be around.
No, this was after I was married.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but after I was already married, yeah. Oh, and because I was married, he didn't want to interfere and that sort of thing.
How did you and Ralph meet?
I met Ralph when I worked at the health department in Inglewood. And he came in on Valentine's Day, which I didn't realize it then, but I don't know. But anyway, we worked together. He was an inspector, and they'd have to call me to see if something new came in that they'd have to go out on. And so we did a lot of talking on the phone. And then we got to know each other better, and we talked on the phone all the time. And the telephone operator would look over to see if we're still talking. But anyway, I think that's really how we fell in love. We got to know each other that way.
And what year was this? And so you guys talked more than you actually saw each other in the beginning?
Well, he came in, but he just was on business when we was in the office. That was 19 50, like February. And I had gone with the husband that I eventually married for 5 or 6 years. And so Ralph and I got closer and just talking. And I didn't know that he cared that much for me or anything. But, well, little things. On Good Friday, when we didn't have to work for 3 hours. So he asked me and the lab tech if we just wanted to go out while he was inspecting. We said, sure. Well, this lab tech really liked him. And a lot of the ladies did. He was a really good-looking guy when he was younger. And so, of course, she sat next to him in his car. That's when they had bench seats. But just little things like that happened off and on. But come September, I was supposed to get married, which I did. But I thought I still really was in love with Ralph. But I thought, oh, this is an infatuation, you know. So anyway, I went ahead and got married, came back to work, and he was there a couple months and decided, well, he was going to leave. And he had a friend who wanted to, he was in the record company, and he wanted Ralph to go along because they traveled. So he went with him and decided, well, that wasn't for him either. So he went back to work at the health department in another area, another town. So one day I had to call that particular health department and got him, and I had by then my husband had gone out on me. So I thought, oh, this is a good opportunity. So I told Ralph that I was going to leave my husband, and he wanted to meet right away, which we did. And so once I started seeing Ralph, I moved in with my mom and dad.
Because you were divorcing.
And then I was going to get a divorce. And divorces back then, once you got the divorce, you had to wait a year and a day before you could marry again. So we couldn't live without each other. So people didn't live together then, but we did. So come September, by then I had always wanted to go back to school anyway. And Ralph said, well, why don't you go to school and just not work or anything. So I signed up to go to LA City College, and we had an apartment about 6 blocks or so from the school.
From the time you woke up to the end of the day, what was your wedding like? Describe it. When was it? What were you wearing? Who was there? How it was organized? Everything.
What was the weather like?
Yeah, the weather.
A lovely day. It was September 14th, 1953. And I did get up and go to the college for the, it's not inauguration, it's a, whatever that word.
Indoctrination?
No, there's a.
Like onboarding or like a.
No, it's
In something kind of day. I can't remember the word now.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
it's on the tip of my tongue. Dang it.
Yeah, that's the way I feel. I can't come up with the word. But anyway, it's just to get you started.
Orientation.
Orientation. The N was at the end of the word.
Yeah. Anyway, so I went to that. I don't think Ralph went to work that day. But anyway, we were supposed to be married at 4 o'clock, I think it was. And because a lot of people thought we were crazy or thought I was crazy for marrying Ralph, we did go to this, when I worked at the court, there were marriages that the people who worked in the court had to witness, some of them, and they were just no kind of ceremony, nothing, just. So we decided we'd get married in a little wedding chapel, even though we weren't having any attendance or anybody. And so it was just Ralph and I, and the minister, and these two ladies that helped the minister. And so they sang, "I love you truly," and they were older women, and they so it was really kind of funny. But anyway, so because we had had a busy day ahead of time, we went home, took a nap. That night we went out for dinner and a comedy show, and that was our honeymoon. We were both busy because I was starting to school the next day, and so every day I would walk to school. Ralph would go to work. It was just a nice way of life. We probably went to the movies once a week, and we had a little MG at the time, and we do a lot of driving up the coast or whatever. But then we had friends that we'd have dinner with or whatever.
Quickly before you start going down that, more about your wedding. So you're saying no family was there, it's just in the chapel.
Yeah.
Because everyone thought you were crazy anyway.
Well,
Why?
and I had recently been married, and people did think it, because I say we had.
It was just barely the year and a day for the divorce.
Oh, that's the other thing. When we went to get our wedding license, well, they said, well, it's a year and a day, but the judge doesn't just sign them that very day. And so I had a friend who had worked in the Superior Court, and she called whoever and got the judge to sign the license that day so we could get married.
So they were legal.
Yeah.
Good to have friends in
Yeah,
good places.
it is. I mean, that was just luck. Well, because that's why we needed a nap in the afternoon. That was a stressful day to go down and get your marriage license and think you could get married, and you couldn't. But we did. So
yeah, so you're starting to describe what life was like.
Yeah.
After you were married, what kind of your days were like? How did you spend time?
Yeah, I would go to school, Ralph would go to work, and just normal happenings. And then, well, I can't say that. Anyway, then we...
What were you going to say?
No, then we...
Okay.
We became pregnant, and so we decided we'd start looking for a house to raise our kids, and we really put money down on 3 different places before we found the one. I mean, we thought that was a good one, then we thought, well, this is a better area, then we thought a better area and better prices, and that's how we moved to La Crescenta. So when our house was supposed to be ready, of course, they're never ready on time. So we spent a week at my mother's, and then my brother and his wife were going on vacation, so we spent a week at their house, and then we drove up to Oregon to see Ralph's parents, and then we stayed at a friend's house for a week, and finally the house was ready. And by then, how old was Brian? Well, Brian must have been about 3 or 4 months old, and we got pregnant again. And we thought, well, we hate to be pregnant already. But anyway, and then...
What is the cause?
Then Ralph's father had a heart attack years ago, but he had another heart attack. So we told him to come and live with us, but he's had 2 sisters. And this older sister thought she was an actress, and her husband was a English teacher in a college. But she said to us that we had to take the parents because you are the ants and we are the butterflies. I mean, that's very insulting. But she's the kind that the father would get sick and she'd fly in and they'd have to pay her way back home. I mean, they were...
She actually was the grasshopper.
And whatever. Anyway, parents came to live with us until, well, I didn't know whether they were planning to stay forever or what. But Ralph's mother would want to do all the cooking. And so one day, Merna and one of her current boyfriends came up for dinner, and I made dinner. Well, the mother pretended she was sick.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about that.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, little things like that. I can't even think of some of the things. And finally, Ralph said to her, Mom, Mary is the most important thing in my life, and you should treat her like that. You mean she's more important to you than I am? And he said, yes, I'm married to her. This is my family, and and about a week later, they decided to move back to Oregon. So that made life easier in some ways.
Yeah, you won that argument. You hear that?
Yeah, they left before I had Jill. And
curious real quick, how long had you been married before you had Brian or got pregnant?
It wasn't quite 2 years. Yeah, he was born in April, and it would have been 2 years in September.
So did you?
Yeah.
Did you finish any? Like what schooling did you finish?
Oh, I needed 6 more units before I had my AA. And
Brian came.
And Brian came. And I went in and I said, well, I'll come back to school. And the counselor said, well, a lot of people think they will, but they get taking care of children. If I hadn't gotten pregnant right away, I would have gone back to school.
Yeah.
So then 3 or 4 months later, and we were pregnant again. And we just thought it was another pregnancy. But when I was 7 months pregnant, I went to the doctor. I think I hear 2 heartbeats. And just the week before, I had seen a lady in there, and she'd take care of this twin and take care of this twin. And I thought, oh God, wouldn't that be terrible? So when they found out that I was pregnant, Brian had just turned 2, and I had Jill, and I went out in the car and started to cry. Don't worry, we'll get help. We'll get something. So, by about a month before they were due, we called around to get somebody to come in and help. And you've got all kinds of people. And this one lady said, well, are you some kind of religion? And I said, well, would that matter? Well, how come so many kids? Just lucky, I guess. So anyway, then we got this black lady, and she was there a month. Well, I did all the cooking, and she said one day, don't you ever fry anything?
That's stereotyping.
Anyway, so I just wanted somebody to be there while I was gone and after I came home to help out. So I went to the hospital, and they were born. I mean, I got pregnant. I mean, felt the labor pains.
When they were here.
Yeah, and I think my water broke, and so we had to take off. And Ralph, there was some policeman, and he had him escort us into the hospital. Anyway, and they were just born like that. There was no problem at all with them. And while I was in the hospital, and they used to keep you 3 days then, where they don't now, but the lady quit. So when we went home, I guess Ralph took off a week or whatever, so we could find somebody. And we ended up, it was July, when the kids were born. So it was summer. So I finally found somebody, a high school girl, and she stayed with us, and so she could give the other kids a bath and that sort of thing while I was nursing, and she did the laundry and things like that, you know. So then what happened with her? That we ended up getting her little sister, who was only 14, and she was so much better than the other one had been.
What was her name?
Beverly. And
What did the kids call her?
but Brian called her Bootery Locks. He couldn't say Beverly, but
That one sounds more complicated.
yeah, it does. But anyway, well,
Booterly
it was
Lock-
just
He
what is
wasn't good with V's.
Ah,
Yeah,
that's
Booterby
Bootery
sounded
Locks.
like Beverly, I guess, and then why it went to Bootery Locks. Anyway, that was what he called her. So when they had to go back to school, well, by then things were a little more normal with all the kids. But we had some girls down the street who would come in and just give the kids a bath after school and go home. But how did that work? That somehow Beverly came and lived with us. I don't think it was. She was still going to school. She was there in the evenings or something, because by then that's what happened. Ralph had gone into the car business on the side, just for more money. He'd buy old cars and have them running and resell them. Or no, at that time the scrap metal was really high, so he'd sell them as junk. But he had to go around and find them.
Well, he was all over the county anyway,
Yeah,
driving.
yeah. So if he'd spot an old car somewhere, well, he'd go see if they wanted to sell it for junk, and that's how we made extra money. So then there were another year when we didn't have a baby. That's the year we bought a new car. Well, we wanted to go up to see Ralph's folks, and so we bought a car, a station
What was her
wagon,
name?
a station wagon, so it would fit us all. And we visited them. I thought that was pretty. When I look at it now, that's pretty gutsy to take 4 babies. I mean, they were still 2 years old. I mean, the oldest one, 2 and 1 and twins when we went up there.
sorry.
Well, by
We
then
took
they
them all
must
the
have,
way up to Oregon
yeah, we must have been 3 and 2. And,
from La Crescenta.
yeah,
That's a good long trip right there.
yeah, it was. And as I say, when I think about that, that's a terrible imposition to somebody to take those 4. I'm getting back at the mother-in-law. No, I didn't think about it then, but
Yeah.
it's a good idea. Anyway, then we got back home and a month or so and we were pregnant again. And so I called the doctor's office and I said, we have 4 kids. I don't want to be pregnant again, blah, blah, blah. Well, and he was a Catholic doctor. Well, I had 2. One was Catholic and one wasn't. And so, well, don't lift anything pregnant. No, I said, I didn't say I don't want to be pregnant again. I think I'm pregnant again. Well, don't lift anything heavy and don't overdo. And so I went and lifted up our bed and anything I could do. But it didn't work.
Ellen's going to be watching this.
Ellen always said I didn't, she wasn't wanted.
She wasn't wanted.
I said, that wasn't true. Once you know you're pregnant, you're sure you're pregnant, you want them, you know. So anyway, we had Ellen, and that was a lot of kids. Beverly did come and stay with us there for a while too, because by then Ralph was in the car business, and a lot of them he had to go out and pick up at night. So he would drive, I would sit in the car that he was towing, because most of them didn't run. And so she'd be there with the kids. And that's we did, you know, a couple of nights a week we'd go out and haul in cars. So then he decided, he picked up some that were really, could still run. So he decided, well, he'd go in the car business and be have our own car lot. We didn't have a lot, but people would come to the house, you know, in the yard, and he could fix cars. So if it was some minor thing, and we got a phone that with Ralph's Automotive, and we'd get calls from one in particular I remember was in Pasadena, and this lady said, well, I'm older and I don't drive anymore, and this is an old car, but she wants to sell it. So Ralph went, it's this virgin of a little Studebaker, and he didn't pay that much for it, but that was one of his good buys. I mean,
You're worth a lot of money now. If you can find an old Studebaker,
Oh,
those
yeah.
are highly collectible,
yeah.
very sought after.
Well, he made quite a bit of money that way, enough so that he bought a tow truck that would carry 2 cars, and the ones that weren't good he'd tow to the salvage yard, and the other ones I didn't have to go with him anymore. He could tow them. But all this is, he's still doing his job, and he did a lot in the evenings and night. So that's how he made money to keep us, you know, the kids going.
So,
Which one of the kids, Dell, later in life said, I didn't know I had a father until I was 5 years old. But that was when he was on drugs and nasty. And he stayed nasty.
It's gotten better.
No, yeah, no.
Dallas, you're saying he said that comment when he was on drugs.
Yeah, but then when did Ralph quit doing that? Oh, in the meantime, he had taken the job for the head of food and drug. He took the exam and passed that, and so he didn't have the time to do the car business, and we were making more money by then.
So, well, you had a question. Okay.
when you were helping Grandpa tow cars, were you guys strap towing them, just like with a
With a chain.
chain in between the 2 cars, and you were steering and working the brakes in the back?
Yeah, but we had this one car, it was at night, and he put on the brakes and this car goes right up next to him. I mean, the one I'm in goes up next to him, because I don't know what he did then to get us the rest of the way home.
Huh.
But anyway, we had some exciting.
I've strap towed with my dad before. It's kind of sketchy.
It is sketchy.
It's not the best way to tow
No,
cars.
it is not.
It's not even legal to take them further than one exit on the freeway. You really should never get on the freeway strap towing. But
Well,
anyway,
we didn't get on freeways.
No.
even in surface streets, though, it's
Yeah.
kind of dangerous.
It is illegal, because when I worked at the court, that was one of the things that you had to have a chain of certain lengths, and that was it. But we knew we were illegal.
But you had to make some money.
That's right.
Good way
And
to
we
do
had
it.
some good times. We'd stop and have a beer and go home at 2 in the morning.
Let's throw alcohol in this act.
Well, I mean, we were working also, but we could stop and talk a bit and go home, and he had to work in the morning, and it was 2 in the morning at that time. So we didn't sleep much. We like to, our big entertainment, because you don't go anywhere when you have 5 kids, we would watch Jack Parr at night, who came on at 11 and went off at 1. And then he'd get up and go to work, and the kids are always up at 6 or 5 or whatever. But anyway, we enjoyed life.
Okay, so question more about what Grandpa did. So before he got the Food and Drug Administration, before he got certified to be the head of that.
Yeah, well, when he started out, he was animal control, where if there were dog bites or something, he had to go out and make sure they weren't rabid. That race had a lot more rabies then. And if there was a doubt, he had to cut off their heads, take them to the lab and make sure that they weren't rabid.
This one is still good.
But
It's too
There-
late now.
anyway, there's a lot more of that then. And one time he went into a house and it was a big Doberman, I think, and jumped up and bit him on the face. He still had a scar from that.
Grandpa.
Yeah. And then from that, he went into rodent control, where they went and checked out if they had rodent problems in restaurants and that sort of thing. And that was, I guess it was restaurant inspection and rodent control and that sort of. So then he went to Food and Drug, and they checked all restaurants and whether, I don't know how the drug, what happened there, but anyway. And he was younger than all the other people in Food and Drug, and every year they had this party that whoever, it's a different person's house, and boy, it was hors d'oeuvres and drinks and dinner and after drinks, and when it was our turn, I was panicky, but it worked out really well. One of the things this guy said, why don't you make little things like this? So I really strained myself to make the dinners nice, but they were all older and knew what they were doing, and I really didn't. But it worked out well.
So, more questions about Grandpa. Did he overlap in the military? And did he do anything in the military?
He always wanted to fly, and his brother was a pilot and was killed in the service. But when Ralph went in, the war ended. They started their flight training, but the war ended, so they did away with the flight training and taught them something else, where he had to type. Anyway, when he was discharged from the Army, he still had all of the GI Bill and things like that, so he was only in about a year, though. But that's how we were able to buy our house, because with the GI Bill, and so there were advantages to his being in, but he never went to war, but he went through all the training and all that sort of thing. But he still always wanted to fly. So when the kids were out of high school, he decided to take flight lessons. And so I was really happy because they always wanted to be. So that was being a pilot. So, but I never wanted to fly. I had cousins who were killed in an airplane. They went up, the husband was learning to fly, and the instructor was there, and they had his two sisters, and they crashed. And they don't know why, but I thought, ooh, I want to, and a little plane. The first time Ralph took me out to the airport to see this plane, it was kind of a windy day. And planes aren't that very big when that's a four-seater. And the wings were going, and I thought, Jesus. But the day that he wanted me to go up with him, where he had his license, and so I took a jar of Bloody Marys and a few. Okay, Ralph, let's go. And I don't like heights either particularly. But once you're in a plane and you're going, it's not that bad. And I got used to it all the time, even when we moved up to Inyo County, where really high winds and we'd be like this. I'd say, are we going to make it? Yeah, we're going to. But that didn't really worry me. I just went and read my book or what I was doing.
Drank her Bloody Marys.
No, I didn't need them after that first time. When Brian turned 5, I'd look in the paper for different houses because that was a 3-bedroom house and we were needing more rooms. So every once in a while, Ralph liked to go to Vegas. And so we'd leave our babysitter and we'd go to Vegas. So I had told him about this house that I would like to see. So that night I said, let's drive by that house. So this was, oh, you've never been there, the one in Blockerson. Anyway, it was,
Our dad drove us to it one time.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it, yeah.
well, it did, but it was nighttime and they had guests or something. There was this big window and it was kind of up on a hill and it looked really good. And Ralph said, well, yeah, maybe we could look at that. So we went by and our house, we said, well, we'll sell, yeah, let's put an offer in and then we'll sell ours. So we did put an offer in and they came to the house and they wanted it, the first person that saw it. And back then, that was unusual.
Yeah.
So anyway, we sold that house and moved. It was only a mile or so away, wasn't it? And we had plenty of room then.
How big was it?
Well, it had
Oh, I don't remember.
4 bedrooms. But it had a big kitchen, a big 40-foot living room, wasn't it?
Yeah,
No.
Well, it was a
No.
big long.
Big, long living
It was
room.
partly dining room.
Yeah,
if you-
living room,
yeah.
dining room, but it was large. And we had 2 bedrooms upstairs and ours was downstairs, our bathroom, bedroom, and another bedroom. But as the kids got older, we wanted more like we'd have a family room right near the kitchen because I was in the kitchen and we didn't get a television until everybody else had one. But all the kids got chicken pox at the same time. And they were home and crying and blah, blah, blah. And I said, let's get a television, something that they can look at during the day. But we didn't let them do it usually, but something to entertain them. So we did get a television. And then while I was out doing all the dishes in the kitchen or cooking, everybody was somewhere else. So I said, wouldn't it be nice to have sort of a little family room here?
One of the bedrooms.
Yeah,
Which was right
that
there.
bedroom right next to the kitchen. So we did that and we converted the garage into a bedroom. So the boys were there and the girls were upstairs and we were downstairs.
So you tore down a wall? Is that how you did it?
Yeah, between the kitchen and this bedroom. And
Was that-
made life easier.
Yeah. Did Grandpa do all the work or construction?
No.
You hired someone?
Yeah, we had hired somebody.
That's pretty fun. Okay, so then now the kids are out of the house because we'll do a different segment about the kids, so we can fast forward a little bit. Plenty to say there, I'm sure. Grandpa's got his pilot license.
Oh, before that, we did a lot of camping because there again, you can't afford much with kids. So, and you could just go to the beaches. They weren't crowded like they are today and get a camping spot. And so we did a lot of camping and fishing and the kids really enjoyed it. That's how we spent our times in vacation or weekends or whatever.
We'll get into like your children. We'll get into even like raising children and trips you guys would take as a family. So I'm kind of skipping over some of those things intentionally for now because this is all about Grandpa. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question about something that my dad said one time. He said that at some point when they were in high school, Grandpa had considered buying Scotty's Landing on the Sacramento River up by Chico.
Yeah.
And the kids didn't want to
They
go.
didn't, yeah, we did go to Scotty's Landing and we went to the Chico campus too to see what the schools and everything would be like there. But the kids had a fit. We don't want to move, we don't want to leave our friends and all that sort of thing. And so anyway, I don't know whether that was a determining factor. I don't think it was, but anyway, we didn't buy. And something else I wanted to say. Oh, when they were in high school then, I decided to go back to school. So I went back to Glendale College, and Ralph wasn't too happy about me going to school for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, I took a few classes and really enjoyed them, art history and that sort of thing. And then also I was a Girl Scout leader for the girls, and I don't know whether he thought that took up too much of my time or whatever. But anyway, I quit going to school, and I always wanted to go to work because I enjoyed work, and he never wanted me to work. But our mother, well, Mom and Bill had a friend who ran a bowling supply place, and they bet horses and things together, this man, Hugo, who owned the business. So his secretary died, and he was telling Mom and Bill that everyone that comes here would make a better waitress. They just didn't. And so Mom said, well, my daughter could do that. And he said, well, have her come in. And when Ralph said, well, go ahead and see if you can help him out. So he hired me and really liked me. And then he was going to retire. And so we thought about buying that business. But he had already talked to the guy next door, and his wife wanted it, so he bought the business. And then Bill died, and this Hugo was interested in my mother. But then Hugo died. So that was the end of that story, anyway.
A lot of could have beens.
Yeah, a lot of could have been.
How many husbands did your mom have? Did she only ever marry the one?
Just the two.
Oh, okay.
Our dad who
And
died,
then
and then
some
And then
suitors.
Bill.
Bill.
Or, yeah.
Yeah. And they were married for what?
Oh, they were 25 years.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know exactly, but it was over, it was
Yeah,
25.
it was.
Right.
So yeah, tell me about the mushy stuff with you and Grandpa. How did he show affection? Show that
He was always really affectionate.
Yeah.
They have 5 kids.
Yeah.
I get it. But I asked
And
Myrna
he
the
still
same
loves her.
question.
No, we were always, he was very affectionate, and we always were affectionate and had a really passionate romance, I think. And we were really both as crazy about each other forever.
So what were some specifics that, like, some things that he would do that made you feel special, or it's vice versa?
Well, he always made me feel special because I had never felt special ever. And he really made me feel special, and I knew he loved me. Well, when we were just together and I was going to college, he'd come home and bring flowers. And when I was in the hospital, he always did, but when the twins were born, I got 2 dozen roses. But just little things. It wasn't that he gave me anything either, but that I remember. But he was just wonderful, always. And loving and affectionate. I liked that. It showed. And he was a good father. So what more do you want?
I guess, how did you guys celebrate birthdays or anniversaries?
Ralph's family never really celebrated birthdays particularly, so those days were not important to him. But with our children, we celebrated their birthdays always, and we didn't give our kids a lot, but we had nice birthdays, nice Christmases. And we would probably go out on our anniversaries. And Ralph liked to go to Vegas because he had a system kind of. And so we went to Vegas maybe weekend every 2 or 3 months. And then we camped a lot with our kids and that, or went to the movies with them, drive-in movies or whatever. And that's really the way our entertainment went.
What did he do at Vegas? How, and did he win ever?
Oh yeah, he did very well.
What was his game of choice?
Craps.
Mm.
Yeah, he did well usually.
He had a system for craps.
That's what
That's-
he said. And
It's a slippery slope having a system as a gambler. Everybody thinks they have a system.
yeah, that's true. But when he was in college, he went to Vanderbilt before he went to SC. He earned his living by gambling in there.
And was a hustler.
Yeah. And so the kids always said, tell us your system before you die. But
Did he ever?
no. He probably had forgotten by then with his Parkinson's.
Right.
So, good segue. So then, do you want to discuss, his passing, when that happened, and what that was like, towards the end of his life?
I don't know how, maybe 8 years. Do you think it was that before he died?
Yeah, and you could have noticed 8 years prior
Yeah,
to it.
yeah, you noticed, and so I told the doctor, I think he has Parkinson's, and so they checked, and he did. And,
What year was that?
oh, geez, must have been, around 2000, but right about that time. And he's still functioned well, probably until the last 3 years. And he got where I wouldn't drive with him anymore. And it's hard to take the keys away from a man. They've given all their lives, and you give up that's kind of the end of your life. But anyway, I wouldn't drive with him anymore, and he realized that and quit driving. But he didn't like that I had to drive every way. You still want to feel like you're in charge. He took some medication that changed a lot of the things about him. And at probably the last year at Silverthorne, we would argue more because he didn't think I was taking care of him right, or I shouldn't be telling him
What to do, yeah.
And then we moved to town because we thought we should be closer if something happened. And he kept getting worse. If he fell down, I'd have to getting up, and you can't always. So a lot of times he usually wore sweats, and I could drag him up the hall until he got to a chair or something where he could hang on and get up. And there, he really didn't want to be in that position.
What are you at that one?
That's really, could have been quite a wedgie.
Yeah, probably so.
You can cut that out.
Anyway, and then he got to where he had to be in a wheelchair because he couldn't really walk around. And he got, and then I finally had to get a hospital bed because, he couldn't walk that much, and he'd get up at night. I got up if he had to go to the bathroom. I had to get up every time because I couldn't trust him to get up and get where he was going by himself. So then he was almost pneumonia, wasn't it? When he got where he wasn't breathing right, and I called the paramedics, and they came and took him to the hospital. And they really thought he was going to die then, because they had me see hospice and that sort of thing. And he got better, but they said, well, what home has he been in? And I said, my home. Well, you can't take care of him. And I said, well, we have been. So anyway, then they said, well, you should put him in a rest home, or whatever they call them. So
Assisted living.
yeah, well, anyway, so Merna and I went around to all these, I bet we went to 15 different places finding something that would suit him. And
And Al's friend.
yeah, Al's, oh, he did go into Vibra.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Al said he knows somebody we can get him into this nice rest home. But they said he wasn't thriving, and so we had to find a permanent rest home for him. So there's Al's friend again, knew this one family, and it was a home, I mean, a regular house, but they had maybe 4 rooms that each person had their own room. And this couple took care of them. And they were great. I mean, they only had 2 other people other than Ralph. And he had a nice, pleasant room, and they were wonderful to him. And so I went over every lunch and fed him, and every dinner and fed him. They would feed him in the morning. And he was fairly happy there, don't you think he was?
It was a nice place.
Yeah, and then once in a while we could take him home for the weekend. But the last time we took him was Christmas. And he didn't join in, but we had all the family there. I don't know whether you were there at that time. I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, everybody's playing cards and whatever, and I'm sitting with Ralph. Let's get out of here, he said. So that was the last time he was home. And so that was pretty much our life. I'd go and feed him at lunch and dinner. But I never wanted to put him in a home, and he didn't really want to go to one. But I think he realized that it was too much for both of us. Then we were back to normal feeling. I mean, we weren't arguing or trying to figure things out. And while he was there, it was a nice, loving relationship like it had always been. And that's about it.
Yeah, that's awesome. So how long was he in the first home, and then how long was he in the second?
Well, from the time he went in the hospital, that was the day before Merna's birthday, and by the day after her next birthday is when he died.
Mm.
No, a comment that when you were talking about Ralph liked to go to Vegas, when they first, I just like this story. The first time they were going to go, they had to tell the kids that they were going to be gone or whatever it was. And
this was the first time we had gone anywhere
since the kids were born.
And Brian was about 5. And so we said, well, we're going to Vegas. Well, how are you going to get there? Well, we're going to fly. Well, what if the plane crashes? It's not going to crash. Well, if it does, who will feed us?
I love it.
The last question is anything we didn't cover that you want to say about Grandpa? Any other comments, notes that...
Grandpa had a really far out sense of humor. He was really funny about everything. Life was fun with him. We were always laughing and having a good time.
Well, Bob and I, we had trouble. First of all, I had trouble getting pregnant. So we went to a fertility clinic and discovered that I had a sluggish pituitary gland, and so nothing developed as it should have. So anyway, got pregnant, Judd was born, and November 7th, 1962, he was born. So we had been married for 2 years, and then after that, after the one, then it was easier to get pregnant. And so Scott was born in May 16th, 64, and Troy came along in, September
12th of 65.
There we go.
What more do you need to know? They're boys. They're all boys. I wanted a girl. I thought pink every time, but I had boys.
But by the time it didn't happen on the 3rd, you said,
Yeah, I figured this is it. Anyway, that was enough for us. And we had bought the house in 1960, and so the kids were all born out of that house and lived there until, how old were they when I moved?
Some of them were 18, for most of them.
Yeah, I
We moved in 89.
89, so, well, you figured out the math. You do it, because I'm no good at it. Anyway, and they've all married since, and Troy has 2 daughters, Kira and Catherine. Scott has had 2 kids, Megan and Bob, and then he divorced and married Cindy, who had 2 children, who he has adopted those 2.
And up with their names.
And their names are, their names were Zach and Barbara. But then they went to Hawaii, and they got the bug for Hawaii, so one of them is Leilani, and the other one is
I don't remember either.
something, I don't know.
Pono.
Pono?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that means in Hawaiian, but anyway. Scott has sort of divorced himself from the whole family. He has, his little bubble is just Cindy and her 2 kids. And he doesn't have anything to do with his children anymore, which I think is sick. Because especially his granddaughter, who's getting married soon, is fantastic. I mean, she's amazing. She got through school, went to nursing school, got her license. Yeah. And she bought a house, and she's just been one of those kids.
She can build things. She builds things. She's fantastic.
Yeah.
what's her name and where is she?
Megan. And she lives,
You met her at Kira's wedding, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think so.
yeah, she was in the wedding party. Yeah. Anyway, it's a shame. I mean, that's kind of a sore spot.
Okay.
Troy and Sharon are great. Their girls are great, and fortunately, they have lived near us, so it's nice. You feel you have more contact with them. I'm not a very good grandmother, but they're good kids. And
What makes you say that?
well, because I never had to. I've never had them live with me, or because they're right here. So you visit, but you don't. And we were involved with their dance.
That much.
Anyway, we've been involved with their dance recitals and all that sort of thing, and whatever goes on in their lives, we joined in. Troy and Sharon are doing well. They went through the whole good old boys here where you couldn't get work. The same guys kept getting the work and didn't even put things up for bid because they already decided who was going to get the job. And he brought out he was so well established in the South Bay that he didn't have to put out a bid or anything. People would say, Troy, I want you to do this. He was busy all the time. And he also met men who had been in the business forever. And he got, a lot of good clues from them. So he started the recycling cement, concrete, crushing it and putting it out for road base. Making money that way, that kind of kept him from sinking. While they weren't giving bids for other type of jobs. He did get a few, stuff that they were making a living. It wasn't like they were going to sink. But it was not easy getting into Reading.
What year was this?
Well,
going on?
they came up in, oh God, 91, probably about 92 or 3. I don't remember dates. But like I say, he was able to buy a yard, which in LA, that was, you just didn't find land that you could park big things on. So he bought a yard, which was supposed to be, commercial what was it? I mean, but they Reading wanted it to be more of a office buildings, that type of thing. But he bought the yard, and during that time, it changed the zoning, so he could have heavy equipment. He could have all that stuff in there, and it has now become more like that than they had wanted it. Anyway, that was a godsend, and so he had places to park all of his equipment. And let's see what else. I don't know any.
He's since bought another.
Well, he's since bought another 2 lots. So he has this 4 acre, or maybe it's bigger than that, lot where he can just spread out and do all of his work. But he started doing crushing, which they bring in concrete, which they have to pay him to dump it there if it's clean. If it's not clean, they don't want it. They crushed it, then they sell the road base back. So that was something that really kept him going. However, I want to tell a story about one thing. He was tearing down the Rite Aid, or whatever, it was a Rite Aid at that time, I think, drugstore right in the heart of downtown, old downtown. And the buildings were built just like this, side by side. He had to drag this side from these without injuring these walls at all. So it was kind of, hard. But the parking structure is just up. And so we always watched all the things that we could watch him do. And Catherine was probably...
Didn't they have a sign that, or not?
No, Catherine was young. I mean, she was maybe 3 or 4. Could have been 5, I don't know. But we were standing up on the parking structure and looking down on Troy doing the demo work. And a lot of crowd people, out interested in what's going on. And I was standing with Catherine on this edge of the thing, holding her, and she said, "Grandma, are we famous?" I said, "Only in certain circles, honey." But I mean, it was just something that I thought, oh, that was really cute. Anyway, I don't know what else I can tell you about. Judd is a total party boy. He surfs every day. I remember soon after Bob died, I said, would you guys like to go over and visit Uncle Roy in Phoenix? He looked at me and he says, "Mom, there's no ocean over there." Okay. We didn't go see Uncle Roy. But every day, I mean, I used to think, what are you getting out of a nice warm bed early in the morning to go jump in that ocean? It's cold. And then, or if I would go shopping down in the old Manhattan Beach area, he'd say, "How are the waves?" What do I know? They're rolling. He would think I should know exactly whether that was good surfing or not. I didn't. He married a really sweet girl, a little bit older than himself, but their bonding came in when they had both lost their fathers at a young age. They both liked to drink and party and have a good time. And she's a school teacher, had a daughter, and Judd and Penny were going together, I think, when Bridget, her daughter, was about 10, 11, 12 in there. And, he helped her learn how to drive and all those things. So, I mean, they kind of became a family, even though her dad is still in the picture and still is in the picture now.
And they still celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas together.
Yeah. Well, not Christmas so much. Yeah. A little bit. But we used to have them come up to my house at Christmas and spend, a week or two. And then her daughter got pregnant and she had a baby girl, beautiful Charlotte, excuse me, Charlotte, and had a little champagne. And for the first 2 or 3 years, it was okay because the baby didn't know the difference. But then it was decided that they had to spend Christmas with the baby, which makes sense. So we haven't gotten together for the last maybe 3 years, Christmas. And now Bridget has had another baby boy, Jack.
Got that one right.
Yeah.
You're
okay.
Okay. And so anyway, but I mean, I don't see them coming up for Christmases anymore because, you know, there's going to be babies.
Grandchildren. You know how they are.
Yeah. But that's okay. Let's see, anything else? Well, Scott and Billy, his first wife, the mother of Megan and Bob, split when the kids were really little. I think Bob was maybe 3. No, and I could be wrong on the dates. And they were back and forth between families, a week with mom and a week with dad, and that worked out for a while. And it sounds like I'm being nasty, I guess. But once he met and married Cindy.
And she is beautiful.
Yeah, she is a beautiful girl, and she does a house like this house again, beautifully decorates things, and talented.
And they're a beautiful couple. I mean, he is handsome, she is beautiful.
Yeah, that's true.
And
But because the families, her kids and Scott's kids were very close in ages, and so everything they did was kind of. Anyway, it's probably best that they split that way. But it's kind of like we lost Bob and Megan a little bit, and Scott and Cindy. Anyway, it's just not as you'd like to have it. They're both happy, and that's what makes. I mean, that's okay with me. Other than that, I don't know what I can tell you.
Okay. No, that was good. Yeah, a little more complicated, it sounds.
Yeah,
that's all.
yeah,
I would say Sharon
I'll back this up.
is a fantastic. I mean, she business-wise, he wouldn't be where he is without her because she kind of keeps his feet on the ground, and she's very interested. She knows exactly what's going on in that business. She puts up with a lot of. He puts so much into that job, and they don't take vacations, and they don't do. I mean, there are a lot of things she should put her foot down a lot more on and say, we're going to do this, because he would do it. But if you don't demand something, he's concentrating on that job. She's been a really good mom. I mean, she's taken those girls to everything dance-wise, anything they wanted. She's right in there. Helping, not just, here's my kid, teach her how to dance and goes away. I mean, she works with them. She's a wonderful kid.
She's helped them make their decisions all through school and college.
Yeah.
I mean, she
Pushed
is,
them a little when they needed it. And
she's a fantastic person.
she is.
And honest as they come.
Yeah, straight arrow. Patty is she's a good wife for Judd because they both like to party and do, get out and do things and eat out and all that. Mary's had enough to drink. I put that water away. I said, put the water
Really
away.
getting old.
Billy and Scott did not work out. I mean, not blaming anybody, but anyway, that didn't work. And Cindy, I guess, is a very good wife for him. And like I say, but we aren't close because we never even gotten to know each other. And she told Scott she didn't think I liked her. I liked her fine until she took him and her kids and went away.
And left his.
And left his behind, yeah. I had an MGA, slick little guy. I love that car. Except there were only 2 seats in it. And so sooner or later we had to decide, well, this isn't right for the family. So I sold the car, and I think we got we had station wagons and all different, kinds of cars, but I can't think quite. I love that MG though. What can I tell you? Raising them, you said?
So I guess,
You went to their ball games.
I heard whispers of those types of things. You guys were super involved in that, but we haven't dived into any of that. So
Oh, well, Judd started off at, in Little League the first, I think they're 8. I think that's the age. And Judd is a natural athlete. I mean, he just, it just works. He can do anything. And he was always on the all-star team. I mean, he was just a good baseball player. And we really enjoyed because he was good. It was really great to go see his games. But we went to all of the games. Scott, I think he just liked wearing the uniform. I mean, he was an okay baseball player, but it was just like kind of humdrummy. And we went to his games too. Then along comes Troy. I don't want to play baseball. Well, the thing is, he just joined like the rest of them, and he got a crappy coach. And, he didn't like it. He didn't want to go play baseball. One day I saw him sitting out on the curb of the street, and I went out and I said, "What's wrong?" He says, I don't want to play baseball. I said, "Okay, you can quit this year because I know what's going on with the coach, but I want you to try next year so you don't just give it up." Okay. So of course the next year he got on a team and they were the champs. They were the champs that year of that portion of the league. And he said, "Okay, I've done it. I'm done. I don't want it." Troy was also a kid that when he was 10 years old, he would get up in the morning and there was a construction area where they were building 10 townhouses, subterranean parking. And he got involved with the guys at that, all the construction guys. And he would get up in the morning, go there, get home, when it was time for school, he'd get to school. As soon as school was out, he went back, and I thought, these guys are going to think this, he was...
Before he was 10.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, he would go there every day. So one day I thought, I'm going to talk to this contractor. Drove in and I said, is this kid bothering you? "Oh my God, no." He said, he had a set of keys for all the houses, all the equipment, 10. And he said, if I had anybody like him, he said, that kid, you tell him one time, and it's like a steel trap. He said, he's got it. He said, I wish all my other guys were like this. Well, okay, you can have him. You could have him for the daytime work. And he was down there all the time, loving it. And he met Rudy Gonzalez, who did all the tractor stuff and loading and digging. And he was like learning every day what he wanted to do. He knew right then what he wanted to do. And fortunately, he met people that were great mentors. Rudy is like his grandfather. Well, actually, after Bob had his heart attack and we had gone for the checkup, the first week or so afterwards, and Bob said, let's go by Rudy's job, because it was just right up the street. Let's go by, I want to talk to him. So he had a talk with Rudy, because Troy wasn't, he was so interested in everything else, he wasn't paying attention to his schoolwork. And he said, would you show him that if he doesn't learn in school, he won't know how to write contracts, he won't know how to bid, he won't know how to do all that. So that was their conversation. And then probably a month or two, I missed one story, but something happened, and anyway, I said something, and to Rudy, I said, is this too much of a, he said, I promised a friend. And I thought, ooh, it was really something that he wasn't a stranger to the family. We didn't know it at the time, but Mom knew him well, and his wife, through bowling. Anyway, I'm going to cry. Rudy became his grandfather, and even in Rudy's obituary, named on the family, his grandson.
Troy?
Take over.
Troy really loved Rudy because he was like a grandfather.
Yeah, I can go back. we were, he had been working down there, and he would come up and say, Mom, can I go to Rudy's, I said, I don't know Rudy. He could be a maniac. Rudy, that's all we heard. So anyway, we had a place in Canyon Lake, which was down in Elsinore, and it's right near Elsinore. And Bob and I and Mom and Troy were going. So we were driving on and the sign for Elsinore, he says, you know who lives in there? And guess. And, Bob and I gave some names and Mom gave a name and he said, no, Rudy Gonzalez. And Mom said, Rudy Gonzalez? I know Rudy Gonzalez. And she really did. But it was through bowling that she had known him. And so we thought, oh, okay, she knows him, we know him, if everything's good. So from then on, Troy was able to go to Rudy's if he wanted to, or if Rudy had invited him. Anyway, that's that story.
Tell him about when he's 10 years old and they're building something and they needed somebody to drive the tractor.
Oh, yeah. Well, this was right in Manhattan Beach, right below American Artists. It had been a baseball field, and they built these 10 townhomes with the underground parking. Anyway, Troy went up there. And Bob was still alive, yeah. Troy was there every day, and somehow they hadn't coordinated they needed to do reinforcement, like a wall. I don't know what it was, but they had all the concrete block or whatever it was that they were going to build this wall, and the guys were there the masons were there to put it up, but they didn't have a tractor driver. And Troy was up there. He's 10, and the contractor, the head contractor, the whole thing said, does anybody know how to drive this tractor? And Troy said, I'm 10 years old. It was on a parking lot. It wasn't like you were out on the street. But he could pick up all these, what do you call them?
Bricks.
Boulders?
No, the things that, but what are they on? They're on those wooden things. Anyway,
Pallet?
pick those up with a pallet. And pick it up with a tractor, drive it up it was an uphill thing, and have all the concrete blocks or whatever they were for the wall for the masons to do. He did the whole
Cinder blocks?
He did all those at 10 years old. Anyway, it's in his blood, I think. So anyway, he did the whole job. Well, I guess Rudy was off for that day. What
I
else?
hope they paid him.
Then when you quit school.
Oh yes, he wanted to quit school and just go to work. And I said, no, you can't do that. He was in the 10th grade, and he talked to Mary, and she said, well, you ought to get a GED, is that?
Yeah, get your GED well, he wanted Rudy's equipment if anything happened to Rudy.
Yeah.
Get your GED, and if anything happens to Rudy, well, you can maybe take it
buy
over.
it or whatever. Yeah.
So time went by, a couple months, and the next thing I know, he has quit school. Merna let him quit school.
No. Oh, he said, Mom, if I get this GED, can I quit school? And I thought, yeah. I said, sure. Thinking he wouldn't be able to do it. Anyway, he did it.
Yeah, and he quit school.
And he quit school. I'm good to my word.
Well, God, I felt so
Anyway.
responsible. You let him quit school and he's got his GED.
But that kid knew what he wanted to do from day one, so.
Yeah.
And he's very successful today.
It's rare to,
Yeah.
do
Rare
something
for
like
somebody to know exactly what they want to do that early in life.
that. Oh, yeah.
That's unusual.
That's true.
Yeah.
Especially for a guy.
Yeah.
They usually say, but a woman, and even a woman, but they know sooner, I think, than the men do what they want to do.
Yeah,
But
what
because
mother.
that's your life story, with a guy usually.
You have to commit,
Yeah.
really think it through. Did you guys have any pets in the house? Any,
There's another story.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, we didn't have a yard that you could have an animal. I mean, we lived on a corner that most of it was front yard and just a little tiny bit of. It would have been cruel to close anything up in what was left. And so we had cats because they're self-sufficient, and turtles. Other than that, we didn't. We just figured we couldn't have a dog because you had to have leash laws and all that stuff, and there was no way to keep him in the yard. But anyway, Troy, again, was down in Elsinore visiting Rudy or working with Rudy. And he said, Mom, can I have a dog? And I said, Troy, we don't have a place for it. I'll keep it in my truck. I'll do this, So anyway, one day he comes home with a dog that we think was part coyote. I don't know what it was. It was mixed breed, but I mean, what was it? I don't know what he was. Anyway, he brought this puppy home. Well, what am I going to have him drive clear back down to Elsinore from where we lived? And so, okay, you're taking care of that dog, which was fine. And he was, I really loved that dog.
And he did take care of him all the
He did take care of him. But he would take him out on the job every day. And he was just, so he was just in the house, and he could sleep out in the patio. That was okay at night. So he got exercise, and he was a very protective dog. I mean, as far as his people. So Troy would have him be in the truck, be on a construction job, or a destruction job, I guess you'd call it. And Troy said, he was a friendly dog. Anybody could put anything in the truck that they wanted, but if they reached in to take something out. I mean, and everybody got to know Mac. And anyway, he was a colorful dog. He would run out, and whenever there was somebody available out in the neighborhood, he would be out romancing. And our what do you call the dog catcher would find him, and he'd come to the door. Of course, Mac was already home. Come to the door. Your dog was out again, and there would be a fine. But he says, man, that dog can really run. Because he would see the dog, and Mac would know the dog catcher to take off and get home before the dog catcher could get there. Anyway, we were fined several times, but I mean, he had a personality. And one time, Troy was on a job where Mac had gone out visiting again. And Troy said, when he was finished that night, he called him and didn't come, couldn't find him. He drove around the neighborhood, couldn't find the dog. So he said, I'll just have to go home. And the next, anyway, he didn't find him for a while, and somebody phoned the guy that Troy worked with and said, there's a dog over here under my tractor that looks a lot like Troy's dog. But he said he won't come out and he won't let us, get to him. So Troy went over the next day, and it was Mac. But he had found a tractor that looked like home. And he was waiting there for Troy to come and get him. I mean, just things like that. That he was a good dog in some ways and not a good dog in other ways, because he couldn't always be trusted. Mary said her I think one of your kids got nipped one time on a holiday, Thanksgiving or Easter get together. Something, he nipped their heels or something. Yeah. And when Mary moved up, it would have been Jennifer and Amy and.
It's when Jennifer and Amy and Jill's kids moved up. They would come to Myrna's pool, and I said, "No, be quiet, because he doesn't like screaming." You know how girls...
They knew that he was, they knew about his nipping somebody.
Like girls go into a pool, every time they jump in. I mean, I don't know
it's
why.
not just when they jump in, it's all the time they're in the pool, they scream.
And I said, he hates screaming, or he'll bite you. So they were quiet when they were in the pool. They weren't all this screaming.
That didn't have anything to do with them.
No, it didn't. So they kept them quiet and not screaming.
It's a good ploy to keep the noise down.
Yeah, it did.
Takes one
And
time.
they hated that dog.
Also,
Because they were afraid of him.
we really think he saved Grandma from being, Granny from being bitten by a snake, a rattlesnake. Because, she was going out around the house to the water faucet, and he got in front of her and stopped her, and the snake bit him on the muzzle.
Huh.
So he had to go into, but $500 better. A year later, he was better. But I mean, he did keep Mom from going.
He got in between
Yeah.
Yeah.
Granny and the
Yeah,
snake.
just, she was just walking around the house and he
was like, oh, there's something
Yeah.
over here.
I mean, he was a
Well,
hero.
Red Snake was in those bushes along there,
Yeah.
so she wouldn't have seen it.
Mm-mm. Well, we celebrated all the holidays.
We always had Easter in the park when the kids were young.
Yeah.
And
Which part?
Christmas we did a lot at your house.
Well,
Or Thanksgiving.
well, usually because Mary's family
yeah.
was bigger, she would have Christmas with Mom and Bill,
Christmas Eve.
Christmas Day or Christmas Eve,
Yeah, Christmas Eve, and then we had.
and we would have the following day. Dick and Shirley and my family would be with Mom and Bill, or they would be in my house, or we'd be theirs.
As they got older, we traded off.
Yeah. Yeah, then it was Mary and I that had them.
Oh, our one holiday, Mom's birthday,
Yeah, Mom's birthday. We got away from the kids.
just the adults. It was.
What was that like?
That was good. Dick would make the
We
blue
would,
cheese.
we would
Yes.
get steaks and barbecue steaks. He made a really good
Blue cheese.
blue
dressing.
cheese dressing. Well, blue cheese?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I brought the dessert, and you.
And the first time we did it, where it was a surprise for Mom, we had gotten her a charbroiler
Oh, that's right. For her birthday.
for her birthday. And so we just said, just be here for dinner at her house, because we used her charbroiler. And so it started off just the 6 of us with Mom and Bill.
Yeah.
And then we kept doing that every year. You should tell her about the cake you made.
Oh, yeah. And I always had the dessert, and it was a really difficult dessert to make, but it was really thin layers of almost like pie crust, wasn't it?
Well, yeah,
And then it had fillings in between,
more like Napoleon's.
Yeah.
I mean, not.
or if you know what a
Yeah.
Napoleon is. And then I grew camellias, so I put a camellia on the top. And it was
Delicious, and it was really, because it took forever to make.
Yeah. And I think I've lost the recipe, but
You mean I've lost the recipe? Because now you're all wanting it.
but we did that for years.
Yeah.
Till Mom
Yeah.
moved.
We usually no, we didn't do it until then.
Till Bill died.
I don't know. We always had it at her
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Why don't we?
I don't know why. Well, because the other ones we left the kids at home and we could have it at her house.
Well, we always had it at her house until.
I know, but because we could have babysitters and there were no kids.
Yeah, but then we had it one time we had it at Dick and Shirley's, didn't we?
Yeah, once. And I don't know why. And I looked awful. I remember.
What were you wearing?
It was a great.
See, she remembered. Oh my.
No, but we want to know. What were you wearing?
Oh, she probably doesn't remember.
Yeah,
Most of the time you could. Okay, go ahead.
it was a gray, really pretty brown blouse, but in the pictures you could see my bra through it.
Oh, yeah.
You
Well,
remember?
no, I don't remember that. But I mean, there are pictures where you can see white under your clothes.
Yeah, that was it.
What are some of the family vacations you remember taking?
When you went to Dunsmuir.
Yeah, but that was late. Anyway, that was a deal where Bob's, a guy he had worked with, had a cabin in Dunsmuir, and we drove up. Yeah, that's funny because Bob was an AA personality, and his time clock was the only time clock. So, here I would get everything ready to go, everybody's clothes, get it all packed, have it all ready to just put in the car, and then he, plan having what we were gonna have for breakfast, have everything clean, everything ready to go. And he came in that morning, and we were having our breakfast, or whatever, and he said,
we should have been on the road, half an hour ago. But I had heard this through our marriage a lot, and I just thought, fine. Walked out, got in the car, and great way to start a vacation. Anyway, and I thought, well, I'm ready. I mean, everything was ready pretty much. I knew it was all done. And we got in the car, all of us got in the car, and we drove, and we were up as far as Sacramento. And I was working jumbles and crossword puzzles, not so much crossword puzzles then. Anyway, jumbles, and I reached down to get my pencil or pen out of the purse. No purse. I said, oh, well, I won't be driving. I don't need my license. I won't be driving. And he said, I put all of our money in your purse. From Sacramento back down to LA, Manhattan Beach. And I thought, he's going to be mad as hell. But he knew it was his fault because every time we went any place, I would, I had everything ready. I would go through, check garbage disposals around the bathrooms are clean, trash emptied, all that stuff. Just one walk through the house and I would have been ready to go. But you hear that, we're late. We should have left 10 minutes ago, whatever it was. So that never happened again. He learned his lesson. And I learned mine. I mean, I just thought, okay. Anyway, that's the kind of, no arguments, no words were spoken, just, okay.
He went on a few vacations with us.
Yes, we went on vacations. We met Mary and the family and went to the different, whatever that place was where we had the cast on our arm.
That was Walnut Creek and Refugio.
Walnut Creek.
Yeah, near Scottsdale. And then, that was.
And we went to Bob's twin brother's place in San Diego and in Phoenix. They were different times. And Arrowhead, we bought a cabin in Arrowhead. Had that for a few years.
You went to Hawaii.
That wasn't a vacation. That was Bob's and my vacation.
Yeah.
But Mom took care of the kids and
Mom and me.
and we had a week in Hawaii. That was good. Well, we must have had other vacations than that. Oh, well, some of the company things that were fun. We went to Canada, all expenses paid.
This was before kids.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, really? After the kids? Okay.
Cablecraft was the name of the company that invited us up. I mean, they were a representative for Cablecraft. And they had us up. We went to Seattle and Tacoma and then up to British Columbia. Beautiful trip. Great. That was a nice plus. Other than that, there wasn't as much vacationing as just, we lived at the beach. So we did buy the house in Elsinore, the place in Elsinore, and had that. Actually, the day we were supposed to move in was the day Bob died.
What was the dynamic, like your role versus his role, and how did you guys balance it out?
Gosh, that's a good question. I really think I think it was more me that we did things the way I wanted to do them. And the kids were easy. They weren't hard kids to have, to discipline at all. I was not good for education. I said, what you get out of school is what you put into school is what you're going to get out of it. And I'm not sure little kids understand that. But Bob was a disciplinarian in a way. They were expected to behave and
Much stricter than you were.
yeah. I think there was only one time that I really said, that's enough, that's because Bob it's hard to say. It didn't take a lot. It took a lot to get him angry but his voice changed, everything. I mean, it was like, rah, you know, and it was almost scary, but it didn't happen often. I saw it once at work where somebody had really screwed up, and anyway, and well, he was upset with Judd at something, and I thought he was a little more physical than he needed to be. And other than that, I don't think there was ever any problem one way or the other. I mean, the kids might tell me, well, he was meaner, when you were around, or he was more physical. I don't know. They never came out with any bruises I ever saw. I mean, it wasn't like that. It wasn't that kind of thing. But he was old school. Yeah, I would have to say just kind of more of the old school that you behaved. I'm sure we made a lot of mistakes, and things weren't always perfect as far as kids are concerned, or I think we had a very happy life, and I think they turned out well. Other than that, I think probably weren't the best parents in the world, probably weren't the best anything. There were things that you could look back on and say, I wish I had done more, I wish I had done better. But
You didn't know anything.
you didn't know any better. So
It's hard to know that in
they
the
came
moment.
out pretty well. They turned out to be pretty good kids.
First child is Brian, born in 1953. No, 55, excuse me. Then Jill, born in 1956. Twins, Dallas and Diane. They were born in 1957. And then we skipped a year, and Ellen was born in 1959. And it was hectic those first few years. But
1959.
I said 59.
Oh, I thought you said 69. She lisps.
And
I saw that.
anyway, it was a tough few years, but you just do what you have to do, And it was fun. I enjoyed it.
You described it as a zoo at one point, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'd like to have been working. Because your kids don't really talk to you, when they're babies. And I didn't have time to interact with the neighbors hardly. And I didn't drive. And we lived on a hill. And it was a lonely life in lots of ways. But anyway.
She
Isolating.
had a milkman.
No, not then. I didn't have a milkman.
Okay.
He didn't come till later. Oh, but anyway.
Where the kids could watch.
But when Brian was 5 years old, then we bought our other house, which was a mile or so away. And Brian started to school, and our neighbor across the street had a son his same age, so I got to know more people. And it was easier, I think, once we moved over there. Though the school was like a mile down the hill, and we had to drive them to school and pick them up. And otherwise, we had a big yard, everybody could play there. And they met lots of friends in the neighborhood. And so the kids always came to our house because they had some good toys, and we could lock the gate and they were safe there. And because they're all the same age, they played the same thing, got along with each other, had the friends the same age. So it was a good life for them and for us.
So where are they now? And I think Myrna set the tone and set the pattern of listing out all the grandchildren too. So you got to do that as well.
Okay, Brian was a very bright kid, but he's quiet, and then he had his brother, who is a very bright kid, but he's all out there, and I'm the best guy in the town, and blah, 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 blah. And so the teachers would always say, oh, I really brought Brian out of himself. He's done so. Brian always did well, but he didn't have to get out there and tell everybody how good he was, But, and they all they're all pretty bright kids, and they did well in school. Jilly had problems when she was born, a lack of oxygen. And so she was a little slower. We took her, the kids naturally crawl like this, but they don't always. And that rhythm is what gets your brains going right. And so we took her, and we didn't know this, and they taught her, that we had to do exercises with her so she would crawl properly. But she did fine in school. And let's see, when they got to middle school, you know how the girls develop faster than the boys? I thought, oh, he's going there with all these women, they seem that much different, the girls and the guys in school. Then Ellen was the youngest, and all the other ones called her the little mother because she was the last one, and she thought she knew everything. And what did I say? Oh, in our math class, the teacher called me in one day, and they said, Ellen really doesn't like math, and I want to tell you, one day I was telling her, we were explaining to the class, and she goes, "This is stupid." And she said that, and
She still does that.
yeah, she still would do that. But because she didn't understand it, she gets up and tells them she thought it was stupid. And then they went to high school, and Brian was caught one day smoking right outside the principal's office. He started smoking at an early age, which I didn't know. Like 15 or 16. And Diane, when she was 15, she had this wild boyfriend, and she was an awful teenager. She really was. But the other ones were pretty good. They didn't do anything unusual, I don't think.
Well, what made Diane so awful?
Well, wait a minute. This is when drugs really started back in that age, 56, 57. And it was known, which we didn't know at the time, that it was one of the highest drug schools in the area. And it was supposed to be a good school. Well, they got into drugs. Even Jilly participated. And I don't know whether that's when, I guess that's when they all started using drugs. But Brian and Dell, well, I think Diane was pretty bad for a while too. But Brian and Dell tended to get in it more because there's the macho guys again. But we weren't aware because they were just starting, and we weren't aware until they got to be maybe 17, 18. And Diane and Dell, they had some class that they had to turn in something before they could graduate. And they didn't get it in until like graduation day. So when they were the last two on the graduation, you've got a class of 500. They went all through the graduation, and they were the last two to graduate because whatever it was, they didn't get in. And whether that was, I don't know whether they were both using drugs at that time or not, but that was kind of a concern. And then Brian joined the Army. And something prompted him to, probably something he'd gotten in trouble with. Anyway, he joined the Army. Dell went to work for a bank, and he worked for this woman who really liked him, and she said, "I'd like you to meet my daughter." So he meets the daughter, and one day he brought him home, and the girl says, Ralph asked her, "What do you do?" "I'm a beautician, and do,
Massage?
no,
No?
it was some kind of haircuts. And she said, I do pubic haircuts. And she says to Ralph, if you'd like one, I'll give it to you. And I thought, yoo-hoo! And Dale did quit going with her after that, which I'm proud of him for. And then Diane had boyfriends weird ones, and I think she told you that she went to work for a bank, which was kind of unusual because she was kind of wild, but she settled down and went to work for a bank. And that's where she met that Hillside Strangler guy. He came into the bank all the time. But that was good. And she had, I think I told you, she had boyfriends, one from Mexico, one from Argentina, that wanted to marry her so he could get his green card. Well, he was up to the house, and Ellen had a boyfriend who said, well, Ralph took this guy into the bedroom, I want to talk to you. And one of Ellen's boyfriend was there, and boy, did he to be Demas, that was his name, to go in and have a talk with Ralph. Anyway, she didn't marry him for that. And Jilly was always quiet. The other kids went along and did their things, and she would go camping with us, and we took lots of camping trips with Granny and Merna and Ralph and I.
Not me.
I didn't say you.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
not you. All right, with Granny and Jill.
My name's Myrna.
Granny and Jill and Ralph and I. And then she met Scott, her husband. And he seemed like an okay guy, but his parents were kind of strange. They had one daughter that they didn't even talk about. You don't even mention her. And they invited us to their house for dinner. I think they just wanted to get Scott out of their house. But anyway, so Jill did marry Scott. They had a nice church wedding because Jill had started into going to church. And we had a reception at our house, and that was nice. And they got an apartment in town where we lived. Did she work at first or not? Anyway, he was a diesel mechanic, and so he made good money. And then she was already pregnant, before they got married, by a month or so. And they had Jennifer, and they had Tammy and Amy. And then, I don't know Scott was on drugs. I don't know whether he hit Jill or something, but she decided to leave him, something like that. And so she was on her own. She moved out to an apartment, I guess, and took the girls. And by that time, had we moved yet? Yeah, we had moved to Independence, where Ralph took another job.
And she moved into your house, right?
Yeah. Well, when we moved out, no, that was, Jill and Scott still lived there when we moved. And that's when she left and got an apartment, and he moved out. That's hard to remember what happened. Well, then she moved back in and he was gone or something like that. Yeah, that's what happened. And let's see, what's Dill doing all this time? Then Dell took a job as a first call man. I think they're talking, when he would go out and pick up dead bodies.
Oh, yeah, if you work for a funeral home.
Yeah, but that's what they call him, a first call man.
Okay.
And he had some weird experiences doing that. And he seemed a little weird after that. Anyway.
Bring in all those fumes.
Yeah, whatever.
What do you mean by weird? Like, what was weird?
Well, I don't know. Dell always had a good personality and was friendly, but I think whether it was the experiences he had there or the people he worked with, it's hard to say. And what happened to them? Ellen went to work for this family that had a disabled kid, and they were very wealthy, and she took care of them and got to know the whole family, and they went to Newport sometimes. And Ellen always, she's a lot like Jennifer. She wanted all the better things. You know, she wasn't like a princess like Jennifer really is. I mean, Jennifer wanted to be a princess always, but Ellen wanted
The best.
the best always. And Diane went back to school. She went to Cal Poly and was dealing with horses. Jill was married. All right, then we moved to Independence. And so we didn't know really what was going on in their lives a bit. Even though we flew back there every once in a while and we'd see the kids or not.
And Ellen and Jill were both living at the house.
Yeah, then by that time, Jill was living there with the 3 girls. And I think Brian was still living there. And Ellen lived there. Well, you can imagine that's a weird combination.
Who's the boss?
Yeah. Well, Brian never said anything. But anyway, Brian then got a job with the Department of Water and Power, being an apprentice electrician. And he moved in with some friends of his in Tahunga. Ellen always had 2 boyfriends. And we knew them both really well. And one of them wanted to marry her, and when he heard she was going to get married, the other one wanted to marry her. But she went with Brad, who, I don't know whether he was an alcoholic. He came from a really nice family. And he wasn't our favorite for her, but well, in fact, I can remember before they got married, we were living in Redding, and she was living in Simi Valley at that time. And I went there, and we were going to order her wedding dress or something. And I said, we're driving 80 miles an hour down the freeway. Ellen, you don't have to marry. And she's screaming back at me, this is already going to happen. So anyway, that wasn't the best start of a marriage, but she went ahead and married him, and they were married for several years, but he was an alcoholic, and I don't know what else, whether he ever abused her. Do you think he did?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But they bought a house in Tahoe,
Yeah.
or in
Truckee. And they were married for several years. And when she left him, she came to Redding and lived with us. And let's see, Brian is still working at the Department of Running Water and Power. And I think I mentioned, he had a feeling about going into something, and his hair stood up on his arms, and he decided he wanted out of the electrical. So he came. And we always told the kids we're leaving and not leaving a forwarded address. But he came up to Redding to live with us, and then went to Shasta College. And Jilly she was a mother with 3 girls, and
no
really,
support.
Yeah, no support, nothing. I think she was on welfare for a while. And then she went and got her registered dental assistant. She did this on her own, and I'm really proud of Jill, because she probably had the worst start of anybody. And so she did that and was a registered dental assistant. And I forget why she wanted, we said, all right, we'll buy a house and you can live in it if you bring the girls and come up here. Because when they were in Van Nuys, they would have, what was that school system?
Oh, year-round.
Year-round school. And so when they were year-round, she had nobody to take care of them. So we would fly down, get the girls, bring them up there until the 6 weeks or whatever it was, and take them back home. So we said, just move to Reading. There must be jobs for you up here, and we'll get a little house you can live in, which that's how we bought the little house. And Diane, by then, was going to have Cal Poly. And she graduated and took a job, like an apprentice job, for psychology, and lived with friends or in an apartment friends had. And what was Dale doing? Dale worked at the bank, then I can't remember what he did. But he decided he'd like to move to Reading. So he came up and lived with us. And Ellen lived in Simi Valley and got married. Have I covered all of them?
Okay, I don't know.
All right.
Anyway, do you have anything that I don't know about?
Hell no. That's enough. So anyway, Brian lived with us, and then we went to Chico to finish school after Shasta College. Dell, when he came up, he was going to Shasta College, and we had this party. Ralph was the head of the department there, and we had them all out there, and we had this one couple that I said, well, this is our son. We know Dell, and I introduced him to the wife. We know Dell. They all worked at the college, and they knew him, which surprised us no end. And
Depends on what department they were in.
yeah. And then Diane finished her schooling and decided to move up to Reading, and she got a job up there. So she lived with us for a while. Well, Dell, in the meantime, had left and gone to Chico. And then so Diane moved in, and she went to Shasta College for a while, and then she went to Chico. And Jill and Dell and I. Ellen was married to Brad. Can I have another one? Brad, Dell, Di, Jill. No, that's it. I can't count either. That's my trouble. That's how we got 5 kids. Dell had a girlfriend while he was there, an unusual girl. They went to the movies once, and she opens her coat. She had a coat on. She opens her coat, and all she has on is a teddy underneath. And anyway, so when he went to Chico, she followed him. That's what it was.
Is this Jeannie?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they weren't married. They lived together. They had 2 children. And she was a Jehovah's Witness and an unusual girl. Anyway, they decided to separate, and she was still living in Reading. She went back home to Reading, and he was in Chico. And so the children, they decided they would meet halfway and give the children for Dell this weekend. And so I would meet him. Oh, then she'd bring the children to the jail in Reading, and I'd meet him there and pick up the children, and he'd be there. And anyway, so we had a lot of interaction with the children.
She knew every way to work the system.
Yes, it was
Whatever. She would do all kinds of really rotten things.
Yeah. Or she'd be late every time to bring him up. Or if they were supposed to meet, she'd have some kind of reason not to. Or one time he said, I'm taking them on this camping trip, and we'll so she claimed he did.
It was like almost like kidnapping or whatever. It was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
rotten
she did
stuff.
all kinds of things that were not necessary. And those kids were sweet little kids, and we really liked them. There were so many things wrong with that, and they couldn't agree with the children, and she did everything to stop whatever. And so she took the kids and she wouldn't let us see them, she wouldn't let Dell see them. And we went to court and all kinds of things, but it got to be so involved, he just said, well, forget it, I can't go on this, and we weren't gonna pay for any more of this. So that was it. She went her way, and he went back to, I think by then he went to Davis. So when he moved to Davis, that's when he met Dawn. She had this daughter that was 3 years old that Dale thought was cute and adorable. And so he moved in with her, and then they got pregnant. He had Michelle. After Michelle, they had Christina the next year, and we kept Michelle while Dawn was in the hospital for a week or so afterwards. And we had a lot of fun with her. We really enjoyed her. And then when we took her back home, we stopped at a restaurant. That's where we were going to meet Dell and Dawn.
Yeah.
And she's flirting with, and she's a year old. She's flirting with
every guy in the room.
Yeah. So anyway, so then the next year, Brian was born. So I went down and took care of you guys while Brian was born, gave her a week or two. And then you moved from Davis or whatever, somewhere you moved. And the next year, Alex was born. And I think I went down to stay with her then when Alex was born too. Yeah, I remember you as a little guy. And then we kind of, well, we'd see you guys on the weekends and once in a while, but we kind of lost track because you guys, their parents got into the drugs. And we weren't aware that it was as bad as it was. But we would come down and help you out and whatever once in a while. And then what's happening with Jilly's lived in our little house, and I don't know whether she lost her job. No, a better job was in Greenville. So we took her up there and she got a job and rented a place, and then we had the little house empty.
What's Myrna trying to say about Green?
Well, I'm trying to
get it to feel like Greenville.
Yeah, Greenville's over there. And she seemed to be doing okay there, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the little house just kind of sat there empty. And Ellen, about that time, Ellen divorced Brad. And so she moved back home. And she was there for maybe 6 or 8 months. She didn't like, because she was a nurse and did the night shift, and she didn't like this 9-to-5 business job that she got with the Red Cross, I think it was here.
Blood bank.
Yeah, the blood bank, that's what it was. And so there was a job came back up where she lived in Tahoe. And she went back there. Oh, and she had friends that said, we want you to meet this guy. You'd be perfect for him. She met Gil, and really, their friends really liked each other. And he was a good guy, but he was an alcoholic. And she really felt she was in love with him. Mm-hmm. And they went together for quite a while. And one day he committed suicide. His family, there's a lot of depression. I couldn't come up with a lot of depression in the family, and they've had trouble and they've been on medication the whole family almost. And his parents were alcoholics, so it's affected the whole family. Anyway, so Gil committed suicide.
But before he did, they went places with Kevin.
Oh
and
yeah,
stuff.
they went with his younger brother, and she got to know Kevin really well. And after Gil died, then Kevin and Ellen kind of consoled each other and eventually fell in love. And which I think the whole family kind of thinks, yeah, I don't know about whether this is a good marriage or not. But anyway, so Ellen did move to Santa Cruz and he had his house rented out to several people, and she had one room, and she could always get her job nursing. And so she lived there, 6 months, and then they got married. So I'm up to date there. Dale and Don had all kinds of problems, and we would go down and do whatever we could for them. And you guys came up quite a bit. I mean, only on holidays. You came up in between other times too.
Probably summertime for sure.
Yeah. And who have I left out so far?
Brian.
And Diane, by this time, she had come up here and worked at New Beginnings, and that's where she met Al. And Mom and Myrna were there, and she said, oh, I met this really nice guy I think, Myrna, you would like.
I said, how old is he? I don't know.
Yeah,
I said, he wants younger women, not older.
He had gray hair.
Yeah, he had gray hair.
So
That's
I think
what
that would be perfect for you, Myrna.
Yeah.
And so about a week later, Myrna, I don't think that,
I think I've
I think
decided to
I
keep
like
him
him.
for myself.
He has the nicest smile when,
Oh,
yeah. So I think I like him, though he's, what is Al, 15?
He's 12 years.
years older, yeah. So Myrna's out of the picture. So anyway, she finished that working here and decided to go back and get her master's in LA. So here's Al up here. They're very interested in each other, but it's a long-term relationship.
but one day, Diane was coming in and we met her at the airport, and we were supposed to take her to Lumberjack, which is,
A good meeting place.
good meeting place between places, because she was gonna go with Al up to Montgomery Creek. And so we got there, we got Diane, we got to Lumberjack, and we're standing there, and here comes Al, and this smile just,
Yeah.
I mean, he was like, I said, my God, if a man ever smelled it. I mean, it was like, his whole world was right there. It was great.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was heartwarming just seeing it, seeing that glow. Anyway,
Anyway, they had this long-term relationship until she was out of school. And then she moved up here and moved in with Al
yeah.
until they decided to get married finally. And Ellen then married Kevin, and they had a good life, I think. Brian finished school, which surprises me, and he had, I don't know, all the odd jobs he had, but anyway, he ended up being a dealer in a casino, which he kind of liked, and he seemed to do well. And he's in an Indian casino. I didn't think they had drinks there. I knew he drank too much. Anyway, so we went down one time to see him for some reason. I mean, we'd see him off and on. And one day we're down there visiting, and this girl comes in all drunk and crazy, and he introduced us. And she was blonde, and it was Vina. And she goes into this separate room and goes to sleep because she's obviously out of it and drunk. And so he was with her off and on. And then whatever she did, she got sent to prison. He ended up marrying her in jail. Every birthday of Dell's, I would have the children stay for a week or two so they could have a couple weeks to themselves. Well, that worked out pretty well, except the next time they didn't bring them back when they should have. And then the last time, they didn't bring them back at all. So,
They didn't come to get him, is what you're
yeah,
saying.
they didn't come to get them, for several months. And then we find out that they're in jail or prison. I think Dell was in jail and Don was in prison. So we thought, well, it's school time, we've got to start. And so we moved into the little house and got you guys settled in school. And we go down, I don't know whether we went every weekend or every other to Chico. Was it in Chico or beyond where they were?
Oroville.
Oroville, yeah, to go to the prison to see the mom. And when that happened, I was going to take all the kids, but Angela was enough older and she had really raised everybody. And I thought, if Angela's here, they're not going to listen to anything we say. I mean, she's the mother. And so, and she was older, and I thought your mother or grandmother would take her. But grandmother said she couldn't, and so she moved in with a family that they knew. But I always felt bad. I thought Angela thought I was not wanting her, but it wasn't that. It's just I knew nothing would happen. Nothing, you'd never listen. And even at that, you hated being there. You wanted with your parents, and you hated being there, and you did everything you could to be unkind children. But, I mean, we got so it worked out fine. I know you weren't happy and all that sort of thing, but I understood that with kids. Anyway, so you went to school. We did whatever we did. Sometimes we'd go up to the big house to do our laundry or whatever. And we enjoyed having you, but it was tough knowing that you didn't want to really be there. So I guess at that time, your parents thought they'd take you back. And we really knew that you were going to be gone, and we knew it wouldn't be the best thing probably for you. But anyway, what can you do? It's your children. And so they took them away one day and went back to their old ways, as far as I know. And what happened did they
got in on it.
Yeah, how did that happen?
So my mom was still in prison,
Oh,
and so it was just my dad who took us all back. We were just all four of us. Angela was still at the Bealeys. Anyway,
So we went back with our dad, and then we ended up moving into a little apartment with some lady he knew. And he goes in to file something for food stamps, and it comes up that he had a change of address, and he didn't tell his probation officer he had a change of address, so he gets arrested at the welfare office. And then the CPS comes to pick us up and take us to CPS. We go to foster care with the Grimes, and then Aunt Di does everything she needs to do to take custody.
That's right. I didn't know exactly how that worked out.
Yeah.
But there again, your parents were married while she was in prison.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wasn't sure how that all worked out.
Yeah.
But I remember you did go to the Grimes then. And you were there, what, 3 or 4 months?
About 3 months,
Yeah. And then Aunt Di took you,
Yeah.
which was the best thing that ever happened to you.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Yeah. And she enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. I mean, we got to see you more. And Jill moved back to Reading, and she moved back to the little house then. But she's good-hearted, Jill, and she's in her church, and she gives more of herself than she should. And she had some people move in
That shouldn't have.
that shouldn't have, and she had a hard time getting rid of them. Then Brian and Vina, they were living somewhere and I didn't know Vina was a weirdo. And I said, well, why don't you guys move to the little house? You don't have to pay rent at wherever you're living. And so they moved into the little house. By then, Jill had moved. She had a better job or something and moved. And so it was Brian and Nina who lived there. Did they move or did I tell them to move?
I think you had them, you told them they should get out of the house. That's when you fixed up.
Anyway, yeah, they moved to Sacramento.
I don't know where
Chico. I can't remember either. Anyway, we got them out of the house, but they had other people moved in there that they wouldn't move out of the house. So Del came up and he told these guys, get out of the house. He boarded up the doors, so they did get out of the house. And otherwise, they weren't going to move at all. They hadn't paid rent. They hadn't done anything.
Do you know what year that was?
What?
Do you know what year that was?
That was, it was after Dad died, was it? Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, it was probably about 2012, right around there. Or somewhere around there.
Sure.
Anyway, so we got everybody out finally. I did have to go to court on those last people, and they said they owed me money, but I never got any of it. But they were out. So I had the house, whole thing repainted, new utilities or appliances, in there, and rented it. And that guy has been there ever since then, which is unusual and good. Yeah. And Jilly, what happened with her? Anyway, now Brian he lived with me for a while. He got a motorhome and they lived in that and decided to move to Sacramento, so they've lost the motorhome. They've living with Vina's parents and that's not working well. And he called the other day, he wants to leave her. In the meantime, she sells his car. He has COPD. He's on an oxygen machine. So she decided she sells the car, she takes the money, she's going to kick him out of her mother's home. He has no place to go. She won't let him plug in his cell phone. She won't let him use the charger. So that's still ongoing. Jilly is now working for IHSS caretaking people and doing door dashing. And she's doing fine. She's bought a mobile home that she has now and living in. Dallas has kind of finally wised up, went back and got his teaching credentials, which I'm proud of him for that, for finally doing that. And he had a substitute job, and now he has a teaching job that's gotten better every year. Christopher came in, his mother and father, after how much younger is he than?
13 years.
13 years? Oh my gosh. Anyway, before they separated, they had Christopher, who is a delightful child. Everybody loves him. He's the family pet. Anyway, and he's had some bad experiences before the mother and father split up. And he now lives with his father. His father married a girl that he'd known since grammar school. And she hunted him down on the computer and found him. They got married, they lived in a a rented home in Hesperia. He had a teaching job. She was still a teacher's aide, I think. Diane and Al have been a good couple. I mean, they're crazy about each other and they've done really well. And there's always something going on because they've got the 2 places now and she doesn't know what they're gonna do. And Ellen is, she's worked hard.
What happened with her and Kevin?
They had a good life. I mean, Kevin was used to having money and doing whatever, and they went on nice trips and they had lots of good times together. But when their trust fund ran out, they divided, each person got so much money and that was the end of it. Well, the other family members invested their money. Kevin was so used to spending everything and he spent all his money. And so then he came to, ooh, I'm kind of a failure compared to the other people. I think this is part of what,
Depression.
yeah. And there again, depression in the family. And I think that really got to him. And I think that's why he committed suicide. Which is sad. I mean, it didn't, but if there's depression, you don't understand that. It's black or white. There's no middle gray when people are depressed. Anyway, so after that, Ellen worked for several years. Then she was accused of stealing like Fritos or something, snacks in her, and that it was, you know how you work for 20 years and you can retire? Well, she was like 18 years and I think they didn't want to pay the retirement or whatever. Anyway, Ellen always takes snacks, you know, everywhere she goes. But they accused her of taking snacks.
She would have them just to
She
give
was
to
the
the
person
patients.
to take to the patients, and they saw her put one in her pocket, whichever she was taken back to where she belonged or whatever. But it was a trumped up thing. And she was gonna fight it, but it would go through court and whatever, and she just said, forget it all.
Lawyers
retire.
would make the money, not.
Yeah, so she quit. She decided to open an Airbnb, and that went well for her. And then she decided, well, if she'd like to move to Europe for 3 or 4 years and come back. So she decided if she rented her house, if she has had a boyfriend in the meantime who's halfway been living there in his own house. So she decided to rent her house, move in with the boyfriend, and make that extra money.
For the school year. I mean, it was
Yeah.
just for the school year.
Yeah, and she'll be back in the summer in her house again. But she wants to do this for about 3 years. She thinks she can save enough that she can move to Europe and stay there for quite a while. Whether that'll work, we don't know, but that's what's planning.
I do want to ask, like, what it was like in the house with the kids growing up with Ralph. So curious, yeah, we definitely need to talk about all the animals you had growing up. And, you know, the final question will end things at, so that, and just talking about, like, the state of the house, and what your parenting style was like with Ralph, and similar to what we asked Merna, like, what was the balance, who did what, discipline versus education versus, you know, taking them to things, so.
We always wanted to be a united front, and so whatever one of them said, the other one didn't argue about it. Ralph was much more the disciplinarian than I was. And I didn't argue with him. If I didn't agree with him, I'd talk to him about it later, but we didn't in front of the kids. For the most part, we were a pretty happy family. I mean, the kids got along, we got along. And I wouldn't call her parenting style anything special. We just sort of went along with whatever. If you want to talk about our animals, our first animal was a cat that Jill wanted. And then when we moved into our next house, we always had a dog. Julie wanted a Siamese cat one birthday, which I did not like that cat. Siamese are aggressive or whatever. And we went camping one time and this cat was on the top bunk and jumped down on my back. I mean, out of the clear blue, and I never liked that cat, and it finally ran away.
Did it really?
Yeah, no, it really did. But it was a beautiful cat. But anyway, we always had some kind of dog. We went to a carnival or something, and they found a dog that he doesn't have any friends, and they brought him home. And that's how we got a lot of the dogs. Then they would go to school, and there'd be some animal, like the teacher had a slow loris that she had to take back to somebody, but they didn't want to, and oh, we like that. And so that was Ellen. She brought our slow loris around, they're nocturnal, so it would be sleep all night and be around in the daytime.
Sleep all day and be around at night.
Yeah, sleep all day. I thought that's what I said. Anyway, then Diane worked at the bank, and those were our second monkeys. Anyway, she worked at the bank, and there was this old couple who had capuchin monkeys. They're about yay tall, and they're supposed to be dangerous. Anyway, these parents died, and they didn't know what to do with the animals. Well, we'll take those, she says. They surprised us with.
Yeah.
So they came home, and they had 2 big cages like this, and they were used to being outside. But the girl monkey caught cold or something was wrong with her, and she died. But we had the other one, and the kids would want to let him out. So because they can be dangerous, because they have big incisors, Ralph would go out with them, and that monkey so Ralph would groom him like this, and the monkey would groom Ralph through his hair, and they got along fine. But then we put him back out in his cage, and if you went out to see him, he'd bring the lock out so you could, he wanted to lock him up, let him out. Then another monkey we had,
Little one.
this was a spider monkey. And one day we just see it out in the yard, and somebody had called the animal control to come and get it. And it was out in our yard in one of the trees, and we were just going on vacation the next day, and the kids were out there watching him, and the guy got to talking to the kids. Well, would you like this monkey? Yeah, we'd like that monkey. So he gave us a cage to put him in. And so we took this monkey with us to San Francisco. He wasn't used to car rides, and he threw up. We went over the Golden State Bridge, and we took him wherever we were going. And one time, the kids were out, and we had the monkey out on his leash, and we were having a beer, and there was about, just the dregs of a glass, and the monkey got in the glass and licked at this beer, and he was flipping all over. And we took that monkey to Mexico, and you cross the border and they're checking you. Well, we hid the monkey, and that monkey went everywhere. And so
Camping trips.
he was friendly, and we could let him out. And at night we put him down in the basement because the water heater was there because it would be warmer. And he'd go up, and every once in a while somebody would call, "Are you the people that has a monkey?" Yes, well, they tell us. But one time he never came back. But we had that monkey a year or 2. We took him camping with you guys once. Yeah. What else did we have? Oh, and then we had a pig. Our neighbor was a vet, and some patient daughter went to Nebraska University, and she brought this pig home. It was only about this big, cute little black and white. But the mother said, "You're not going to have that pig here." They took it to the vet, and the vet said, "Well, I don't have pigs. Maybe I'll try to find somebody." So they called us, and because it was from Nebraska, I said, "Yeah, we'll take that pig." So we did, and the kids would put diapers on it and take it to the ball games and with the official rooter. But that little pig, you could say, sit, Oscar, and he'd sit back on his legs. He was a good pig. But there again, pigs do grow.
Even miniature pigs,
Yeah.
they say. They can
And so
become-
every once in a while, the neighbors would call, Mary, your pig's in our yard again. So I'd go down and bring the pig home, and he got so big that we really couldn't keep him anymore. So where Diane was boarding the horse, she asked if we could bring him up there. Well, he fell in love with this pig, and so he eventually said, I'll take the pig and I'll give you 2 lambs all butchered. So, we love lamb. So we took the butchered lamb and he kept the pig, and it was that time that Babe, or what was
the movie Babe.
yeah, was in style, and so the last we saw of that pig, he was going off in the back of his truck. And what about Tequila? Oh, we had another dog that the kids brought home, and they kept saying, what are we gonna name him? Well, Tequila sounds good. So anyway, we ended up naming Tequila. And that dog was very friendly, but when the kids were running and playing, neighborhood kids, he'd nip them on the butt. So somebody complained. He didn't break the skin, he didn't do anything. But anyway, we thought, well, we're gonna have to get rid of him. So I don't know whether I advertised in the paper or something, but this woman came up and she said, it was a really pretty shepherd dog. And she wanted to see him, and this dog had never been trained in anything, and she said, sit, and the dog sat down. And
He didn't know a good thing when he saw it.
yeah. So anyway, she came up, she decided she wanted him, and she put him in her car and drove off. He was happy, and one day she called and said, somebody said that he bit them, and she said, if you put your hand in there and he's bothering your property, of course they did. That dog wouldn't bite anybody. She believed he was great, and that was that one. Then we had another one, right after Bill died. We thought Mom should have a dog for protection. So this was a dog we got through, what's that?
I don't know what it was.
Animals and Others, that's what it was. And Diane got this this Dalmatian. And so we said, well, that would be a good dog.
Dog for Granny.
Grandma.
Yeah.
So we took it down there. That dog was afraid of everything, wasn't she?
Yeah.
If the doorbell rang, she'd run in and hide under the bed.
Yeah. She
So-
was terrible.
So anyway, we decided that wasn't a good dog, and we got her back to Animals and Others, whoever.
Not a good protection dog like you
Yeah.
would need.
But other than that,
Oh yeah, that was when Mom had that. She had been on a bowling show. I mean, there was a television show, and somebody got her name or something and started writing her poetry and kind of scared her. That's why we got the dog from
Yeah.
her,
yeah.
because she was alone at that time.
So now you gotta tell me about this show.
What?
About what show was Granny on?
It was just a bowling show that people. I don't know what it was called, but whether you got on and you bowled and you either won prizes or whether I don't know how it worked, but she was on, and she was cute.
Yeah.
She bowled left-handed and she had a little hop or something in it. I mean, it was kind of fun to watch her bowl. I don't know when she did her little hop. But,
Yeah.
I have a hop when I bowl too.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so I think she was noticed, and whoever was, noticed her and somehow got her address or whatever, but he just put notes in the mailbox. I mean, it was kind of spooky.
What TV
And
show
Ro-
was it called? I want to watch the episode. I'm very curious.
That was a
Oh,
long
well,
time
that was
ago.
years ago.
I might be able to find it.
Well, look for something about bowling. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's why she had the dog, and that dog would knock you down getting under the bed,
Yeah.
so he'd get away from anybody.
So somebody wrote Granny a letter about noticing her on the
Well,
show.
just that, I think you're beautiful, I would like to meet you, I'd like to get to know you, that kind of thing.
Yeah. That kind of just was
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, it was not
Seems
good.
kind
I
of, seems
think
kind of stalkery.
Covered everything except the horse. When we first got it, we had a big side yard and we lived on a corner. And so we put up fencing so the horse could be there. And you have to have them 35 feet away from your nearest neighbor, which we thought we were in the law. Well, we were. But nobody really complained about us either, but we knew it wasn't the best thing. So that's when we boarded the horse then. But that horse, if Ralph was working on a car or something, the horse is out there with his nose in. That was a good horse.
I was thinking of another thing about your kids, when Ellen got to, was in school and they said, teacher wrote a note to you.
Oh, yeah. The teacher wrote a note, one of her teachers, and said, if you won't have to take the next test, if you promise me there won't be another Tetreault.
Well, she was the last one.
So I wrote him a note and I said, this is the last Tetreault and I'm happier about it than you are.
Yeah. Other than that,
And one thing we didn't touch on ever, even when we talked, yesterday, today at all, is religion in this family, or the lack thereof. I know Jill is the most religious, but was there ever religion with your parents, or with you guys and your kids?
our mother was raised Methodist, and we think we're Methodist.
We were all baptized Methodist.
Yeah, and then after our dad died, I don't remember what happened between when we were in California with.
Well,
Did we go to church?
No, we never went to church.
But then it got to be whatever church we were near. That's where we went.
Well, customers would come in and want mom or us to go to church, and so she'd let us go. I mean,
I think it was kind of her Sunday morning off. Go to the church because it was always within walking distance. I mean, we'd just go on a Sunday and go to church or Sunday school.
We went to all kinds of churches.
Yeah.
None of it took.
No, well.
So what are your guys' beliefs about religion, just personally?
We believe in a higher power,
Yeah.
but that's about it. And do unto others.
Bob was Catholic. We could not be married in the Catholic Church because he had been married, can't divorce. I had been married, can't divorce. But we went to church every Sunday, every holiday, all of the religious holidays, all of it. The kids were raised Catholic. They were all three baptized and went to, what's the first one? Communion.
Well, that's
First
great.
communion.
Yeah, first communion.
And then there's another something. Anyway, they were there. Well, and we, like I say, we were in one church, American Martyrs Church, all the time. And
I guess it was a christening. But that's before.
well, anyway, whatever those steps are, the last one they didn't take. I think it was, anyway, whether it was after Bob died, I think. And after he died, it was, I kept going to church, but it was like you'd look around and you'd see couples, you'd think, they don't get along, they don't take care of their kids, you could see, I'm being judgmental, but I'm there without my husband. And,
Tell them about Roy's kids. And,
but that's another story.
it's part of religion.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying, I finally just thought, I'll be a good girl outside of church. I don't have to come here every Sunday and be upset because some of these other people still have husbands and I don't have a husband anymore, that kind of thing. I mean, and you can't take that to church. And it's really not that I was really, but I mean, I was just not as comfortable. And the kids fell away right away. I mean, when Bob and I wanted to get married in the church, we couldn't. And so we went ahead and got married at our little glass church in Dallas Birdies, and lived happily ever after, went to church, all that stuff. Lived like we were Catholic. And, well, one of my neighbors he had been married before, and they were married and had children. And they were all going to, he was becoming a deacon in the church and all the different things. There was a point where the lay people were serving the Eucharist. And he did that. He was, they're very upstanding. And the thing is, when he was first married, and he was married and had a child, and then he said that the woman was not a fit mother, but he left the child with the mother and went on his way. But he is a good Christian. He can go to communion. There are too many things that you think, wait a minute. Then Bob's niece, Roy's daughter, got married in the church, and then she got a divorce, and she got married again. She was allowed to get married in the church again. And she did this. She was married 3 times in the Catholic Church. Now, how do you do that?
Yeah.
Well, she had children. All this stuff. You can't say. I don't know. Anyway, there are too many things like that. It's whether you talk to the right priest or whether you. But as Bob said, if they say that's not how it should be, then that's I'm the one who's breaking the rules, not the church. But when everybody else can break, the rules, the church can break their rules and let all that stuff happen. You just kind of. But had Bob lived, we'd still be Catholic. It's just.
But Ralph was raised a Catholic. In fact, his father was going to be a priest until he met Ralph's mother. And so the kids went to church, and Ralph couldn't go along with their beliefs. It didn't make sense to him. So he didn't go to church anymore. And I don't think the sisters did either. And so when we got married, he said, I'd rather not have any religion at all. Wait until they decide for themselves. If they decide for themselves, okay, which Jill did. And, well, no, I think because Christina is so religious, Dale has gone along with it, and Christopher. And if that makes him happy, fine. And he may change his mind later too, but however that works, because Dale was never religious at all. And it surprises me that he is today, or that he will go along with it.
Yeah, Sharon and Troy are churchgoers.
Yeah, very much so.
Very involved in the church, but the girls were raised in the school and the church, and
and Jill is, and she tried to raise the girls that way, and none of them are interested at all, because she was too much.
Yeah. She still does too much for the church.
Yeah, she does.
The congregation anyway, whatever.
She does.
Perfect.
It's her business, not
Yes,
mine.
it is.
Now I have no more questions.
Oh,
Well, now we have something.
I'm Diane Tetreault, her married Tetreault, also known as McCoy. I am her 4th born child. It's my cousin.
Troy Leckey would be Merna Leckey's son, youngest.
Do you want to take that off your arm?
Sure.
Okay.
So I grew up in Southern California, primarily in La Crescenta, at our house on Mark Ridge Road. I have an older brother, Brian, who's 2 years older than me. My older sister Jill, who's a year older than me. My twin brother Dallas, who's 6 minutes older than me, and my younger sister Ellen, who's 2 years younger than I am.
I was born in Southern California, also Manhattan Beach, and oldest brother Judd, the surfer. The second oldest brother Scott, the accountant, and then me.
And the troublemaker.
No, a sweetheart. A nice
So
guy.
there is that side to you.
Deep, deep.
She was a housewife, so my mom, Mary, stayed home with us kids while my father went to work. Poor thing. She was a lot of fun. She would play with us, and she would also keep the house clean and cook dinner, and she had a lot going on and do all the shopping. And what else? She's extremely fun-loving. You go out in public with her and she engages with everybody. She just starts up these conversations and she's always up. I rarely seen her. I don't even know if I have seen her down. She never cries. You'll never see her cry. So what else can I tell you about her?
It's probably enough for now.
She loves the outdoors, yeah. Nature.
Let's see. Stay-at-home mom until after my dad died in 1976, and she stayed home until 1980-ish, where she went back to work at Air Supply. But same thing. Outgoing, new people, talked to everyone. We were involved in baseball.
What do you mean by that?
The family was involved in Little League, and they were chief scorekeepers. My parents were. So yeah, we went on vacations together, our family and your family.
Oh, so we lived about an hour apart, depending on the traffic. They lived by the beach, which was always nice. Nice weather.
Always 70.
Yeah, always. And we camped. We went to Tahoe. We went to the Brooklyn
Refugio Beach.
Refugio. And we'd always have sometimes we had Easter together, 4th of July.
Yeah.
Sometimes Thanksgiving. Sometimes I don't think we ever did Christmas because there were so many of us invading them. And we typically went to Manhattan. You guys didn't come to La Casetta very often.
Oh yeah.
You did? Oh yeah, so I forget.
You were 16. It was the 70s.
We're not going to go there.
What do you guys remember of your grandparents?
Grandma, she had a great little house in Manhattan Beach. The grandpa that I knew, I never met their dad. Did I? No, I never met their dad. I never met their dad. So the only grandpa I knew was Doc, Grandpa Borden. And by then she was Grandma Borden. And they had this great little house in Manhattan Beach, and it was a terraced little front yard and then a sweet little backyard with a narrow walkway where it always echoed. And you'd walk into her house and she always had a candy dish right there full of candy, and this low table and the mosaic that's in Aunt Myrna's house with the lady playing the drum. And then at wintertime she'd have a little mouse hole for a little mousie that was in there. And her kitchen was black and white and red, I think. It was interesting. And then you'd walk up into a den that was off to the side, and where we'd hang out and watch television and sit in Grandpa's desk and chair. And she was always bowling or golfing. She was very active. She was incredibly healthy. And she was a card shark to the nth degree. And probably when they moved up to the lake near Grandma is when I got to know her better, because I would go over and play cards with them. And she was a character. She had a great sense of humor.
Which lake? What are you talking about?
Lake Shasta.
Oh.
Lake Letha. Lake Shasta. When they moved up and they were living in Silverthorne.
So you jumped ahead a couple decades there, but
Yeah. But
cool.
I was just saying that's where I got to know her the most.
Okay, so you referred to her as Letha instead of Gordon, but that's just her, what you would call her.
With Granny.
Granny.
Yeah, we would just call her Granny. But yeah, we just shared one grandmother because it's the only one we had.
Yeah.
My dad's mother and father were long gone before I got here, and yeah, it was made it easy. It was just one grandmother. Everybody called her Granny. We didn't have grandma this one and grandma that one. It was made it very nice.
But you lived closer to her, so did you knew her that in a different way than?
Yeah, we saw her weekly at least, and I remember not Rick, but the other brother. Oh my gosh.
Mike.
There you go. See, we're both doing it. Mike, he talked about at Granny's funeral, in Granny's kitchen, she had these saloon doors went from the kitchen to the, I guess that'd be the pantry, and there he remember going to her house and playing in those. It was a cute little house in Manhattan Beach.
And then, so that was growing up.
Yes.
And then you talked about as you were older when, I guess, she moved to Shasta.
Yeah. Yeah, so when we were little, if we were at her house, they were always cooking. They were basically in the kitchen and we were stealing candy and we were watching television. So we didn't get that much engagement with them so much. But when she moved to Lake Shasta, then it was different, and she was more available, and we played cards together, and that's really where I got to know her personality. I mean, she was fun-loving, good personality, always she liked to garden, she'd be out and about. I mean, and active. I never ever thought of her as old, ever.
No. She would pick us up, we'd go bowling, and she's 80 years old and still wanting to go bowling. She was just fantastic.
And probably beating you in bowling and
I don't remember.
She beat me at cards all the time. And Grandpa Gordon would sit in his den at the desk, and I remember he got mad at me for picking my nose once. So he seemed more stern. I mean, he was actually easy to be around, but he was kind of quiet and to himself, and he didn't really play with us, so he was just kind of present.
Yeah, I think it was the generation that the older men like that, because he was 80 in 1976, so he was quite old even then. It just didn't seem like this very good match with he and Granny, because Granny was just always outgoing and how are you doing, like interested in everything you're doing, and he was more humbug, drunk. Shall be seen, not heard. Not that we didn't love him as a granddad, he just was more standoffish. Yeah.
Yeah, he would kind of sit back and just watch, but he didn't engage that much.
Yes.
You say office. What was he doing?
Where the television was, like he had a desk, so it felt like an office.
Would he work from? What did he do for work, or do you remember him doing ever?
Very much like your dad did. Health, county health.
Food and drug?
Yeah, county health inspector.
Really?
Yes, back there in Peanut County. Yes.
That's its mother he's talking about.
I met Granny when I dated Troy. She invited me over for dinner. And Goofus, they talked about Goofus. He's the drummer guy on the heater. Oh, cute little house.
You mean the mosaic?
The mosaic. They called him Goofus. I thought it was a frog. And it took me a lot of years to figure out where the eye was. Anyway, I see him now. But it was a frog at first. And she was an excellent cook. Granny was an excellent cook. Very gracious. hospitable. That was her little house in Manhattan Beach. And then Myrna and Granny moved up to Reading, and we would visit them. They were always good hostesses. Cleaned the windows, top to bottom. That house would be clean, top to bottom. It wasn't until we moved to Reading in 1994 that we realized how much effort they went into their home to have us there. The windows would be cleaned. The sheets would be just right. And we played cards, and Granny loved to play cards.
I do remember Grandma Merna and Granny lived together, and so we'd always go and visit them on Sundays after church. Watch them play cards. They would play Somerset. Had no idea how that game went, but man, they would play it and yell at each other and argue over who was winning. And
Who's they?
Granny and Grandma Merna and Aunt Mary and Dad would play, and you would play every once in a while. Yeah, my older sister Kira and I, we would just like watch and peek over Granny's shoulder and see what cards she had. She had her special card holder. It was yellow, I think. She's like, oh, don't touch that one, it's mine. I had to have like the blue one.
Do you remember the holidays?
Or the holidays.
Everyone came over to swim.
Oh yeah, 4th of July, Grandma Merna's house and Granny's house, that's where it was at. We would all be down at the pool swimming. In the summer we would go and pick cherries. That was all fun. Christmas we would always go to their house after.
A lot of years they would spend the night at our house.
I was really older.
They would spend the night. Myrna and Granny would spend the night at our house on Christmas Eve. And I don't know what time those girls would wake them up. At 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. Is it time yet? Is it time yet? If Granny walked in the door, Catherine and Kira would grab her, and she would be in their room.
Yeah,
and
we
they
would fight over her.
show them all the new toys, and I don't know what they did in there.
Who are you fighting over?
Granny.
Well, she always had gum in her purse. So it was always like, Granny's here. Gotta get gum and show her all the new toys and games we got. And yeah, we definitely, Kira and I would fight over who got to sit next to her. And I always won. I got to sit next to her.
And then when Granny would leave, what would happen? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
The little coffee candies that she
Oh,
always
coffee
had?
candy.
Always had to get in
Oh, I
the
thought it was
car.
Grandma Merna. That wasn't Granny.
Oh, that was Grandma.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Cut.
Granny had the gum.
Granny had the gum.
Grandma Merna had the
Okay.
coffee, or toffee candies in the door of her car. With the little monkey that was wrapped around them. So Grandma Merna and Granny were always really our biggest fans when it came to coming to our dance recitals. They'd always go and watch us. Later on in life, like in high school, during like musicals, Grandma and Aunt Mary would come and always cheer us on. They were biggest fans. So,
So you guys always live close to them?
yes, we always lived very close to Grandma and Granny and Aunt Mary as well. Now they live, like 10 minutes away? That's pretty nice. Very fortunate we got to grow up with our grandparents right away.
When school would start, it would be salsa time to make salsa. And we all had our jobs. Granny's was to cook it. Myrna and I, we did the tomatoes, and Myrna did the peppers. And so we make a batch of salsa for each of us, their family and ours. And when Granny passed, and it was the first time to do salsa, Myrna and I looked at one another and went, it's Granny's job to cook it. And we didn't know how long. So we ran to the cupboard and found a jar from the year before and cooked it till it looked like that. Granny also taught me how to do jelly, the test for jelly. You stick the spoon in, and if the drops come together and drip together at once, that jelly was ready to jar.
Awesome. Oh, more?
Fried chicken.
Oh, I was just about ready to. I asked her how she made fried chicken, and
The 4th of July staple.
the 4th of July staple, yes. And she showed me how to cook it really slow and always was good. So then when I went home to cook it, and I used seasoning salt, and every time I tried to make fried chicken, it just wasn't right. It was getting closer, but it wasn't just right. Until Merna told me that she would soak the chicken overnight in salt water. Granny missed that stuff.
It was the family secret.
That was the family secret. Yes.
I would always play dress up in Granny's nightgown. It was like a blue color, felt like a princess, would twirl around in it. Oh, and her clip-on earrings. Still have a bunch of those. But I had like my favorite pair, those like teardrops, put on her nightgown.
Yeah.
It's waltz around like.
That's one thing about Granny and Mom. They dress to the nines, everything matching.
The hair always just so.
Hair just so. Oh, Granny's chicken hat. One time when we were at Manhattan Beach, Mom and Granny would come down about once a year to Manhattan Beach. We bought their Myrna's house. And Granny would put this little hat on her hair at night. It looked like a little chicken head. And Mary came one year too. And so the three of them were sleeping in the fold-out bed. Two at the head and one at the foot. So they were like zigzagged. And Granny was laying on that bed and someone came in, I think it was Judd. Where's Granny? And here I am! So they were fun. They were fun. Loving, caring. I feel blessed to have Myrna as my mother-in-law. She's closer to me than my own mom.
I am Brian Norton Tetreault, born 1991. I am the grandson of Mary and the great nephew of Myrna.
And I'm Christina Peterson, formerly known as Christina Renee Tetreault, born in 1990. Same story. Grandma's, we're brother sister. You're my brother.
Not by choice.
Disagree. Okay, so when you think of, let's start with Myrna. When you think of Myrna, what comes to mind? What memories come to mind?
4th of July. At the house near the lake. It was right up the road from the lake house. And Myrna lived with Granny. And they always had the best decorations. And the Dodgers games were always on. And we would go swim in the pool and they'd be cooking and having a good time. And then cards would happen later in the evening. It was nice.
Yeah, I think that's how we learn cards, right? Is
Yeah.
playing
I
at
think
4th of
Grandma-
July trips.
Yeah, 4th of July was probably when we first got introduced to poker.
We started playing at some point. At one point, we were too young.
I
And
think
then
we
we got
started
interested.
playing when I was like 9 or 10.
Yeah, pretty young. But I think there was always probably two tables. It's like we would watch the adult table play. And
Well, I
then,
started off watching the adult table play.
yeah.
And then, I don't know if we had two tables at any point. I think they would just hustle me for my $4 at some point.
They still do.
Well, then I got good, so.
So Granny was also there, great grandma.
Yeah.
I remember that house. I don't think I have ever been in all parts of that house. I think we mainly would come in, be in like the living room and the kitchen. Maybe I barely even went to the kitchen. Went to the pool and.
Well, there was that waterbed room.
I know, literally,
That
that's
was
all I remember.
downstairs.
Like I'd never seen a waterbed before.
It was amazing.
And we were like, what is this?
It was the coolest bed I'd ever seen in my life.
I know, I agree. I think I'd only been in that room like twice ever.
Yeah.
And then I know there were stairs that went upstairs, but I had never been upstairs.
Well, there were stairs that went down to the water bedroom.
Yeah, so there's stairs down, but in the kitchen, I think there's stairs up.
There weren't stairs up. Were there?
I'm getting some nodding. I know, we've never been.
I don't remember that.
We never
upstairs.
got a tour of the house.
Wait, was
I think Kira and Catherine
was
should have
Myrna's
given
room
us a tour.
upstairs? Granny, or not Myrna's, or Granny's room?
There
Was
were 2
upstairs?
bedrooms we shared them. I mean, we each had a bedroom up there.
Oh, okay. I might have been up there like once.
So I just remember the house being big and like not secrets, but like things I didn't know about it.
Well, I mean, there was no reason for us to go into every room.
Sure there was. I wanted to just sort through all the stuff.
Why? You're a little snooper.
Yeah.
It's not your business.
Anyway. So yeah, we'd see Myrna and Granny 4th of July. I think that's like the main thing. Maybe Christmases, but like
Christmases we did at the lake house for over at Mary's house.
the big house.
Yeah, the big house right on Shasta Lake. Well, they were both about
But it's called the
same
big
size
house.
as
It's
the
not
house.
called the lake house.
Call it what you want to call it.
Well, there's the little house and the big house.
The little house was in Reading, in town.
Yeah.
And then there was, I guess, the big house.
Big house.
And we would slide down those stairs because they were carpeted.
On our butts.
Yeah. Well, you plank and then,
Yeah.
that was dangerous, but fun.
Yeah.
And then Alex and I slept in the room right off the laundry room that had the little spin machine. And it was always...
When you say spin
kinda-
machine, do you mean
It's like a
the
little
cycle
bike. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she'd hang like clothes on it.
Yeah.
No one actually used it. to
I
my
definitely
knowledge.
thought, so we're talking about the big house now, we're jumping around a bit, but the big house, definitely thought that downstairs had some creepy vibes.
Well, yeah, as a kid it was kind of sketchy.
We were
I
all
don't know
scared of
why
that
it was sketchy.
scary
It was just,
hallway at the bottom when it was dark and like the washer and dryer were doing a load of laundry and it would just make noises.
Yeah. and if you walked down that hall, there was like a bathroom.
Yeah, a bathroom that you never
Some
used, but
random
what?
bathroom.
Anyway.
That's scary. But yeah, so when I think of Myrna, I think of 4th of July's over there. And then Granny was obsessed with the Dodgers. So the Dodgers were usually playing.
And when I think of Granny, I was obsessed with her hair.
She had great hair.
Beautiful hair. So white, so perfectly done all the time.
Yeah.
She gave us big hugs.
She had a blind dog that bit me.
Yeah.
That wasn't that tight.
Well, it's funny because I feel like I know one of us.
In the dog's defense, it was sleeping, and I just came up and it was like, oh, dog! And it was like, what the fuck? So I startled it, and it gave me a little snap.
I'm pretty sure. Well, so like.
Then there was that other dog that would chase you around the pool and try and bite your ankles. It was like some cattle dog. I don't know what it was. I think his name was Rusty. I want to say Rusty. Yeah, that dog. It's not my favorite.
Well, okay, so it's funny that you say that because I also feel like we either have blurred or shared memories because the dog that had bad eyesight also scared me. I think, yeah, anyway, and so I'm like timid of dogs even to this day, and I feel like that was part of.
Well, I didn't blame the dog. It was my fault. So
Yeah.
I still love dogs. I'm not timid of them.
Yeah.
But don't sneak up on a blind dog. That's the lesson I learned.
Okay. Can one of you guys feed us a question?
Did you remember like chickens or the goat at Granny's house?
I do not
You wanna
recall
come and
anything.
be part of this
I
interview?
recall one 4th of July there was a
Please.
bear that showed up.
No,
Yeah.
it's embarrassing.
It's
That was
not
sketchy.
we're all family, girlfriend.
I've only seen
The
it.
blind dog's name was Mac.
Matt,
Who's this? Oh, hi. I'm Jennifer.
born in what year? Relation?
Okay. I was born Jennifer Marie Salonica, now Jennifer Marie Call, born 1980. I am Jill's daughter, so that makes me Mary's granddaughter, and Auntie Myrna is my great aunt. I'm the first grandchild.
You are.
Stop.
You were the oldest and the coolest. Anyway, we can talk about you all.
I'm the coolest.
We all think you're the oldest and coolest. Still are.
What do you think of when you think of Myrna?
Why are we starting with Myrna? Like, I love you, Myrna, but
Well, because it's probably shorter and easier for us, because we're more.
We spent a lot more time with Mary.
Oh, got it. I love them both.
But like Grandma's house was always an adventure at Grandma's house. Like I remember before Auntie Myrna like moved up there, and then it was like doubled down because there was a pool, and I mean I remember all that being built in a degree.
What?
Yeah.
Like construction?
Yeah. I mean, I was only there intermittently, I feel like, of course, because who wants kids around during construction? But, like, I remember the discussion of the diving rock and how it was going to have, like, the waterfall off of it.
Awesome.
It was so
That was a great
epic.
time.
That was great.
And then she made it happen, and boom, or they made it happen, and there it was. And then the addition to the other side of the house. But while you were talking, I totally remember that other, like, secret side of the house. Like, but no, it was so pretty. It was like your vision came alive. But part of me, I always like the old cool wallpaper and the secret like spiral staircase, like with that bean figure from Granny's house down in Manhattan Beach too, the bongo player guy. Is that still in your house, Mer? Yeah.
Goofus, is that what we were talking about again?
Yeah.
Goofus?
Goofus.
Yeah. I didn't even know this was the character.
I didn't know his name, but he's always been there with those cool chairs that had the like egg shape in her living room. It was a cool house. But yeah, those funky kind of the decor that you guys pulled together. Not funky, but like it was so uniquely you with your art, Myrna, and Grandma's eclectic pieces, or the two of yours eclectic pieces. I don't know whose it is, but you guys have always had cool homes.
Okay, so we can move to Grandma now. Our shared grandma. You said why start with Martha.
Well, because
But now we'll talk about Grandma.
oh, so we go back to the lake house, like
Yeah.
that full on that hallway with that bathroom down there was totally scary, and it wasn't helped by Grandma growing like the SCOBY in that weird jar. It looked like a science experiment. For all those who know, that's how you get kombucha. But she was doing this back in the like
Before
90s.
it was cool.
Yes. No, she invented it. No, I don't know where the heck you got this, but it was the creepiest thing. I loved going down there and like, let's go look at the space alien and the creepy and there were scorpions down there too. I remember waking
Like
up in the
actual
middle.
scorpions?
Yes. I woke Grandma up in the middle of the night. I was going when I was living there at one point, looking for a snack or something, and I was like, oh, no, laundry. Oh my God, Grandma, there's a scorpion. She goes, okay, go kill it. I was like, what do you mean? And Grandpa wouldn't do it, but Grandma came and just swatted it with a shoe, and she's like, all right, clean it up. And then just went back to bed. It was so funny. So funny.
Wasn't there like a little room right at the bottom of the stairs that had like a whole wall of different monkeys? Like
Yeah.
different
With the library.
like stuffed animal monkeys and things.
I remember one you could put like its thumb in its mouth or its belly button or hold a banana. It was like all things
Its
you could
ear?
do with its ear.
That one had a name too. What was its name?
We'll never know.
Then there was Peppermint Charlie. No, maybe that's a different one. That's not.
You remember sneaking into their grandma and grandpa's room, crawling on our stomachs and sneaking up to their bed while they're watching Jeopardy
And scare
like
'em.
Wheel of Fortune. And we pop up and scare them. That was good times.
That's
You don't scare Grandma. That's a bad idea.
Well, we shouldn't have, but we did constantly.
So other like I absolutely I don't know why or how this started, but one of my favorite things I do, probably still to this day, is I lick Grandma on the face.
Yeah, when she would give us her goodnight kisses, we'd slip her the tongue. Not in the mouth,
Not in the
but
mouth,
like
on
lick
the
her
cheek. Like
face.
we'd lick her face, and that's like an
And
affectionate
she'd
way.
go, oh, goddamn.
No, that's the thing with the whole family. It repulses me. I'm like, I mean, I remember it being a thing, but now with Odin, I'm like, no, we don't do that.
No, I agree.
I mean,
think
it's not. I don't know how it started. It was a terrible thing to do, but
yeah. I'm sure.
but we
Grandma
thought it
would
was
do.
hilarious.
Yeah, you get the exact reaction you want from Grandma when you lick her on the face.
Yeah. Pure disgust.
It always tasted salty.
She's like foundation. Makeup.
Okay, we'll talk about Grandpa for a bit.
You said rubbish. I always thought that was weird.
And he
Take
never,
rubbish.
he,
Is that
he,
a real word? It is.
Grandpa never put a seatbelt on, and Grandma Mary would always help him put your seatbelt on, and he would get so mad that Grandma was helping him put his seatbelt on. Anyway, that was the thing.
I remember a complete different grandpa.
What do you remember?
We got a bit of an older grandpa.
Yeah.
You got young. You're 12 years older. Than
No,
me?
he was like retired grandpa too. He was like,
Oh, did you ever go on his plane?
heck yeah.
We never
Lots
went
of
on
I
his plane.
saw the plane. He took us out
Lots
to where
of
the plane
times.
was parked. I was like, "That's your plane."
He would go and fly that thing like once a week, it seemed like. He flew it all the time. And it was fun going on traveling. I mean, it wasn't like, it was complicated, but and the little bike that he pulled out of it, like a little clown bike. Remember that little clown bike? It was around the house. It's like this tiny little bike, and he would like scoot around the airport because the only thing that would fit in the back of the plane, and it was small. It was always a funny story. And then he was always doing something on the roof. Always something on the roof.
The roof of the
bring
house?
Something. Yeah.
The big house?
Yes. Because yeah, so I,
Had leaks or something?
no, like cleaning pine cones at forever pine cones at that place.
Yeah.
And if I ever, he always pushed me. Hey, Grandpa, what's this? Like, go look it up, kid. And you pull up that big, that big old dictionary, that unabridged
Is it that one?
sucker. Yeah, I don't know if it's that iteration, but it was on this pedestal behind his leather chair.
Yeah, I remember that.
And just look it up. How do you spell it? Sound it out. Just push you to like say it properly. And I find myself doing that with my son sometimes. It's-
I remember he was always like, if there was any debate, he would go to Grandpa to try and figure out what the answer was. And he usually had the answer, and if he didn't, he'd go right to that dictionary and figure it out. Or like, yeah, he was very smart. And so he would like settle any debates because he knew a bunch of shit. And if he didn't know, he would look it up, or he would have you look it up. And yeah, very intelligent man.
I used to like to counter argue with him sometimes just for fun. Like with politics and stuff. Just be like, well, what about this? And just watch him. I mean, part of me, it was just to kind of get him to talk, I guess, about something he was passionate about.
Yeah.
So I remember we'd always get dessert with him around. We'd always get ice cream every single night. And he would never oppose it. It's like, hey, Grandpa, can we get ice cream? Yeah, get me one too. Like, that sounds like a great idea.
Wow.
And I like sitting on his lap. I remember sitting on his lap often. I think we all took turns sitting on his lap,
Yeah.
either watching TV or at dinner. I feel like me being on his lap is the majority of my memories of him.
I remember he always used to pass out in that nice recliner.
Yeah, he had his like little groove in his chair.
Yeah,
No,
there
it
was like a
oil
sweat mark or something.
No, it was the
like
oil
a
from
oil.
his skin.
It had made a permanent imprint of him on it.
Do you guys remember? Did you ever go out on the boat with him?
Yeah.
That was also a big time fun.
Yeah, it was a great time. I remember fishing off the dock a little bit when I was really young. Because the fish would like hang out under the boats, so you could like sometimes see them and try and catch them. I don't remember ever catching a fish,
Yeah.
but I tried.
Stepping on something that felt like a fish.
So we all lived with him for a while, or like us five. And when he was
Four. Angela wasn't there.
okay,
Us four.
so we all lived with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. Us four. Angela wasn't there. But when he was sick of us or didn't want us, he would just go outside, and he'd just have to,
We go in the backyard and play marbles.
yeah, marbles,
And then I lost my
trampoline.
snake. I lost my snake playing marbles in the back of his house. I was so sad.
Do you mean your
Sticky.
actual
I
snake,
remember
your
Sticky.
gopher
My
snake?
gopher snake, yeah. We had it in a cage out in the backyard. And I let it out while we were playing marbles, and I forgot to put it back in the cage. And then I woke up the next day, I was like, oh shit. Where's my snake?
Classic.
I was so
Kid moment.
so sad about that.
Yeah, that was tough. Anyway, I just remember him like
Yeah, if we were getting on his nerves, he'd be like, go play.
go.
Grandma would pull that one too. It was like, it's Friday, it's time to clean the house, go outside. And then you'd just hand us like a bunch of sheets. You're like, make a fort. I don't know, figure it out. There's 3 of you. Like that
Use
was
your
that was
imagination.
it. Yeah.
But it would be
Which
so
we
hot. Oh, we would
well.
get like otter pops, I guess. Fine.
Yes,
I know it's fine. We were well taken care of.
Right.
I mean,
Do you guys ever find, like cool lizards out there and stuff? Like those blue tail lizards out there?
I remember
smell,
finding
do
roly
you-
polies.
If you could think about the smell of the big house right now, could you like? I bet all of us can smell it.
Yeah.
It's that warm pine smell.
I remember the smell of the big
Bears.
house and the
Y'all
little
remember
house.
bears? At the big
I
house?
remember some bears were getting into the trash one morning at the
Always.
lake house, and then on
Big
4th
house.
of July, a bear showed up at Myrna's house and Granny's house.
Swam in the pool,
So-
right?
I don't think it got in.
I don't think it got to the pool. Someone
Might
got
got
a
it by
gun
the
and
pool.
Yeah.
shot the gun into the air.
Got the gun.
Mm.
Yeah. And then
I
it ran
didn't
off.
mean to be rude earlier. I love you with my whole heart.
Thank you. I love you back.
I think we're good.
Hang on, one thing.
Sure.
When we lived with Grandma and Grandpa in the little house in Reading, you remember how Grandma used to wake us up every morning to go to school? She would do taps from like how they wake up the people in the army,
She just,
but she'd do it with her mouth.
but she'd also do a
Lazy Daisy.
Lazy Daisy, up with the morning dew.
and
But that was
now
at a
it's
big
time to
house.
rise and shine.
My name is Odin Cole, and I'm 10 years old.
And who is Mary and Myrna to you?
My aunts,
Why do you call her Gigi?
oh gee,
What does that mean?
grandma, great grandma.
She's your great grandma.
What kind of memories do you have of this house?
When I was a kid, I remember running around this place, and my dog would chase me and bite me.
Your dog? Which dog? What's your dog's name?
My dog's name is Zadigo.
Hey, when we first got here, you remembered something that Grandma always has on her countertop. What was that?
The mints.
What kind of mints?
Mints.
What do they look like?
Mints.
Well, okay. You're getting sassy, but like what colors are they?
Red and white.
Uh-huh. And what does the little jar look like?
A jaw.
Like a wood top?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are a staple.
Quick sidebar here.
Sure.
Legend has it that you guys spread some of Granny's ashes at Dodger Stadium.
Yes, we did.
They're all over.
That's awesome. I got a friend who's
You
a
want to hear
huge.
that story?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Judd asked Granny when she was getting older and sicker, and he said, "What are you going to do? What do you want to do after you die? What are you going to do with?" Well, she was going to be cremated. Well, what are you going to do with your ashes? And she said, "I don't care." And he said, "Well, what would you think about, having some in the ocean and some at Hollywood Park Racetrack and Dodger Stadium and wherever else, that's fine with me," she said. So anyway, that's what we did. We, first of all, he surfs, so he had ashes out in the ocean. What do they call that? A paddle out? Something? Yeah. Some of his friends were there who had known Mom. And we took it down off Redondo Beach Pier, and then when we went to Dodger Stadium, we lived up here at that time. And Mary and I went down to visit, and they had a camera for picture day at Dodger Stadium where you could be out on the field and all that. So we had little bits of ashes, and we were out on the field, so she was all over the.
That's awesome.
Well, it didn't seem at Hollywood
In
Park.
Hollywood Park, yeah, she was in the winner's circle.
Yeah.
What? Yes, you got her in the best spots.
Yeah.
You didn't spread her ashes in the stadium. You were
No,
actually out
it
on the
was-
field.
and you couldn't do a lot of it because
No.
we still have ashes in Mom.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that's legal, but
No, it isn't.
yeah.
So,
We took her to Nebraska.
oh yeah, we took her to Nebraska, put her on our dad's grave and her parents. She's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, she is.
I
Hope
think
they don't
I have
gather
some.
it back up to make an angel out of her.
I know I think I have some of Granny as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Granny
little heart.
and Dad.
Yeah, and Dad. Yeah, Grandpa. Yeah. So yeah, they'll be everywhere.
Yeah. If they're not in the dirt, they're wherever.
Yeah.
They're out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
Well, so this leads me, since we're on the topic, like, do you guys have plans for at all?
Judd hit us with that too. You know, you never talk about anything, Mom. You know, I said I've never thought about it. I'm not. You know, I said that's up to you. Anyway, he said, "Well, think about it." So I did, and I think there's no place in particular other than our Manhattan Beach home that was really the main part of my life. And so anyway, it was a corner lot, and there were roses planted along a fence all the way around the corner. And I said, just walk around that corner and drop my ashes where the roses are. And that, because I mean, I'm not saying that was a big part of my life. Wasn't my whole life has been great. I mean, our childhood, everything was good.
Just that one request is the
Well,
rose
yeah,
bushes.
the rest, you know, I mean, that won't take me out in the ocean. Can't take me to Hollywood Park anymore because it doesn't exist. It's now what's the big stadium in LA?
Lo-Fi. They made Lo-Fi Stadium.
Yeah,
Is that what it's
that's where
called?
it is now.
Yeah.
So she's still in the sports thing.
She's just way down under it.
She's on that's the Rams, I think. It's their stadium, the Los Angeles
Yeah,
Rams.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that was just built, a year ago or two?
Yeah. It's like a $2 billion stadium. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a wrap.
Okay.
Woo!
Wrap.